I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Kansas Board of Education. Today is January 9th, 2024. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on the agenda is the legislative update by Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. It's that wonderful and exciting time of year that we all look forward to. The legislature gets ready to convene. We have a really just a short interview. I want to start by introducing our interns for this year, Kern Smith, Jack Rowley. They will be working with us at the legislature. Happy to have them. I think most of you guys know Kayla Cullimore, who's been interning with us. She will be helping some, although very limited, this year at the legislature. We passed these out. Everybody, I don't think you've seen the final product before, but everybody's seen the verbiage. These are our legislative priorities that we use in the legislature. We hand them to all of our delegation and to anybody else who is interested. So, all right, let's.
And thank you guys for all your work on those to get those prioritized.
We were the first district to do those, and we did it. We're the only ones that did it for a while, and now it seems like everybody does them. So ours is still the best. I guarantee you nobody puts more effort into it than we do. All right, here's the first slide. I don't know if you guys noticed yesterday, there was a story in the Salt Lake Tribune about public education funding. And just as a tone setter, I'm going to read you the first paragraph of that story. It's right here on the screen. Utah's public education spending remains among the lowest in the nation, and the state is in no rush to change that in this legislative session, according to the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. That's the very first paragraph of that story. So maybe we can use that to set our expectations. I don't know if we talked about it in public meeting before, but I think everyone's aware that the governor put a 5% WPU in his budget. And so obviously that's not the final number. The legislature has to decide that, but it's usually within shouting distance one way or the other of the number that the governor lands on. They're both all dealing with the same revenue figures. Although, you know, since the governor's done his budget, there's been a little bit of unexpectedly good news about at least the national economy. And so there is the hope that when they get the final revenue numbers later in February, that they'll be better than expected. But we'll have to wait and see about that. That's certainly no guarantee of that. All right. So far, there have been 140 education related bills so far. We're still in very early stages of bills being numbered. And as everyone knows, bills will get numbered up through the middle or the end part of February. And so last year they numbered over 1,500 bills, and they dealt with just passed somewhere in the low 500. I want to say 512 bills. I can't remember, but something about that. So they'll have about 1,500 bills. Probably in the end, 200 to 250 of those will touch on education one way or the other. The things that we know that we're going to deal with in the legislative session are sensitive materials, which we've talked about a number of times. The language in the bill that we're going to be dealing with has that language we discussed last time we reported to you, where 2 school districts or I guess it's 3 and 5 at this point. 3 school districts or 5 charter schools. If they were to remove a book from the bookshelves, that would trigger a requirement that we do the same. We have not stopped advocating for our position that if a statewide policy is going to be made, it needs to be done by a vote of the state board. I think that's a perfectly reasonable position, and that's what every person in a country who is founded on proper representation and the legislative bodies should understand. we understand that there's going to be at least a doubling and maybe even a tripling of the money that the state is going to spend to fund private schools. So their WPU will be somewhat larger than ours if they do that. There is, you guys will remember the bill we dealt with towards the middle end part of the legislative session last year dealing with micro schools. We knew when that bill died in the last legislative session that it would be back this session, and it is back. And I have a feeling that that bill will be one of among the first to move forward. And Susan, why don't you give the school safety update for us?
School safety, we'll probably see, I think you all are familiar after USBA with a lot of the provisions of school safety bill, the actual bill, but there are going to be multiple bills under that header that we'll keep up on, different things for school safety, some for gang funding and different other things that we will be tracking. So there's not just the one school safety bill, but there's several that we'll see. We have already gotten eyes on 3 or 4, I think, at this point.
So there'll be a number of them. Here's some important dates. I think everybody generally aware. The session begins a week from today, January 16th. You have every Monday, PTA and LXD, every Wednesday, USB on Thursday, JLC on Fridays. The 23rd is the South Valley Chamber will be in the legislature. 24th is Sandy Rotary. On February 5th, fourth grade. What are they going to do?
Field trip.
Field trip. February 8th and 13th, PTAs or PSTA students will be there, and then the PTA day on the Hill, and then they adjourn to sign a die, which is early as sign a die. And they've never adjourned that early in March in the time that I've been up there. What I want to iterate anybody in the sound of my voice, if you're bringing a elementary or any students up for a field trip and not going through Susan, you're doing it wrong. You get so much of a better experience when for the students when we can help them get it set up. They'll get to see more and get behind the scenes more and meet their legislator. And so every year we always have 1 or 2 schools that show up unexpected, and which is fine. We make it work, but it can be a much better experience if the principals and the students will work with us. We say us, I mean Susan, is a much better and much more full experience for the students.
Usually by this time we have, I don't know, 6 to 10 schools that have let us know they're coming. We have 1. I verified with a couple that usually come and they're not coming this year. And we have some that are coming after the session all the way through May. Concerns me a little bit that we're going to get a few caught off guard, but
a much better experience for the students if they work through us.
And you're welcome to join me those days if you want to come up. TSA students are there. There's not, that's strictly ran by Utah PTA. We help a little bit with the tours. Anybody wants to help, you're welcome to let me know, and they would love to have help. The PTA day on the Hill, they will be trying to meet with legislators that day during lunch. So if you would like to join, I think Nancy, you joined, and Amber, I think you joined last year, didn't you? A couple of you joined last year with our Region 17 PTA member. So if you want to come, please do. Just, let me know and I'll make sure that they know you're coming. We're really praying with those.
I think everybody here is familiar with the bill tracker, and that will be emailed to you guys every day beginning on Tuesday and go for 46 days. We usually do one more after the last day of legislation to give you the final disposition of all the bills. The new bills are highlighted each day. We try to figure out what departments and areas that we think will be most affected by the bills. We don't always get that right. And so we certainly welcome any other eyes on that can correct it and help us to make sure that the right people are seeing it and reading it. And we sometimes miss bills that we ought to be paying attention to. And so if anybody becomes aware of a bill that's not on the tracker, please let us know. Every year we miss at least 1 or 2, and we try not to do that. But there's so much and so many, and sometimes the way they number and run the bills, and especially the committee they go through, it sometimes can slip through a crack if we're not very careful. And we have sometimes, occasionally we've missed stuff that's been important.
And I would say this year in particular, we're seeing a lot more bills in a variety of committees.
Right.
So we're trying to be ready to divvy up our forces quite a bit because it's not just education and maybe a little in another committee. We've probably got 4 or 5 committees we anticipate that we have bills running through, so.
That is. So I will just say this and remind everybody that the thing that we're going to spend the most time on and have the most consternation over, we haven't even heard about yet. So we have that in store for us. It will be some big surprise that'll consume us all. Any questions that we can answer?
Mrs. Patterson.
It said that on your little list that you were going to expand rules and regulations for homeschool and micro schools. Does that mean they're going to have some?
Well,
It says expand. What is,
they have currently.
yeah, I was gonna say, what is that looking like?
They passed it somewhat in the voucher bill, but they didn't, last year they tried to suspend mostly bills that impacted cities, so regulations, fire code.
Zip them from zoning. That's the bill that died.
That's not what
I'm
we
sure
want.
they're smart this year, but they are running the bill again to give more funding and to expand those. So that.
So it's not,
More education entities can be created in people's homes I think it even goes into saying on a cul-de-sac. So I mean, it's just kind of. And I think.
no, we want the ones
I think
they
they
hold them accountable.
Yes,
So you're saying that these are not they?
No.
that is not known.
Just checking.
Not the one that's out so far. There may be others.
So far. Okay,
You know, if you
clarifying.
live in a neighborhood where if this bill passes and you live in a neighborhood, where one of these schools gets started, you'll be ready for traffic all day, every day. Any other questions?
Okay, and then also board, do you have any input on priorities? Because we have not finalized them. We really haven't printed these to be distributed yet.
Well, certainly, you're exactly right. Those can be edited and changed if we need to.
I think they're
We're hoping we don't need.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And
This year, later in the year, we're gonna be looking at the constitutional amendment change.
Yes.
What are your plans for the legislative session to I mean, to me, if we've got to somehow measure their performance this year before we really decide what reasonable accommodation we would be wanting to make.
Well, that is obviously a decision for the board to make. My recommendation would be that we don't make any decision and we see what happens in this legislative session and decide after we see how the session goes, whether or not what, if any, support we want to give that.
And if you like what you see, do you trust them into the future? They do something good once.
You're asking my opinion, they will not be able to convince me with anything they do in this legislative session to support that amendment. But that's y'all's decision, not mine.
And I would say that for all of the entities we talk about, whether it's USBA, USBE, PTA, UEA, we really need to encourage them to stick to that philosophy, is wait till the end, see the whole of the session and what happens before because they're trying really hard to get every education entity to agree. If we give you this that you want, you will agree to the constitutional amendment. And you have no idea at this point what that's going to hold for the session.
You saw when we had our legislators here, every time we made a proposal, their response was, well, it depends on what we can do on this amendment. They tie everything back to that.
Is there someone coordinating the conversation? Of course not.
Be great.
USBA is
If there was.
out to our people and the different groups, to our contacts, but that's really.
We've been singing off the same song sheet the whole time,
Okay, Mrs. Key.
just quickly to that UPEC meeting that was on the schedule for every Monday, that traditionally has been a place where all of those groups sit down at a table and talk. So I don't know that anyone's in charge of coordinating, but that would be where conversations.
Public Education Committee?
Education
Coalition.
So all of the groups that she just mentioned.
Okay,
usually
that's a
are
good
at
place.
that, so.
Just asking.
Is it on Zoom or it'll be in person during the session?
Planning it in person.
Will you give us a reminder when that is?
It's Mondays at
We don't,
Mondays.
so as a district, we don't really have a seat at it, though they welcome us there to sit in the background and occasionally ask us to give input. It's USBA and the other entities that have the
It's the
seat.
leaders, education
Right.
leaders.
Right, but we have gone and listened before.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So much, both of you, and good luck. And look forward to your updates every meeting coming up. Okay, we'll move on to item B on our agenda, and that is the school accountability report. And Dr. Hal Sanderson, Director of Research and Assessment, will present that.
Along with.
Amber, real quick, before we move on, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sure.
Okay, sorry. I don't know if anyone else noticed that in our inbox today, we had a survey come across from USBA asking for feedback on a number of things, and there's some really great questions on there and some room for open-ended response. Similar to what was just being discussed about the need for us to be on the same page and how we want things to move forward. I think it's a great opportunity for all of us as board members to provide feedback for that.
Okay, thanks, Amanda.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll turn the time over to Dr. Hal Sanderson and Dr. Robbins.
Oh, sending it to.
So, well, I'm gonna go through a few data elements and updates, but largely, we're gonna be talking about the goals and indicators that you as a board have been working on curiously for several years, and I'm excited to come back and to give you a few updates, but just kind of review where we're at, and hopefully build this in annually. If you remember,
Our community.
and it's always been good, and a reminder for me is when Superintendent Briscoe always talked about boards, and successful boards looked at data. So for you to be able to have this built in and so deep into what we do, this is exciting for us to have these discussions. So I welcome the chance to come in and talk about it.
Sorry.
Don't type so fast, I need to get.
There's snow coming.
I was just copying her password.
Yeah. We'll just make them longer. We'll just add into that.
You want me to just look over your shoulder, Rick, and do a
Oh,
few
yeah.
slides?
I mean, whatever.
I don't know.
Got it?
I'm down on here.
It is.
Try and. Apologize.
No problem. Okay, it does have this, thank you. So when we talk about Canyon's board goals and indicators, we have the tenets as well as the focus areas from the strategic plan. And this is in my brain, I see an interplay, and maybe the arrows aren't the best, but they go back and forth with the interplay. It's the best way that I can kind of conceptualize it. I've tried to include the coloring that we have right here on this kind of lead board of our indicators. I'm trying to carry that throughout the presentation to help kind of know what domain we're in. So these are the goals for our district that were adopted the 17th of October. It's never fun when you set a goal on a percent, because then it's like, is it a percent gain or is it an increase in the percent? And in education, we have a lot of percents. So when we talk about proficiency of students and other things, or we talk about a decrease in chronic absentee rates, we're dealing with percents. So I've just tried to do it as a plus 2%, because it's not a 2% gain. It's going up 2 or going up 5 or et cetera. I don't know if I love it yet, but I tried to put that in my mind, and for us as the public looks at it, because a more data inclined person says 5% decrease, your goal doesn't match a 5% decrease or 5% increase. So it's round one try on it. Under student achievement, we have these other areas. And we're also going to be able to talk about our 11th grade ACT results as we look at those benchmarks we've had for a long time, though there's not a formal goal that's been set on it. And I don't have a lot to talk about that writing pilot, but we have that as a placeholder in the upcoming year. As we get to the other tenets along with achievement, along with achievement, you can see in community engagement, there's been several added as we look at attendance and participation. The other ones have been fairly constant over the last several years. So we do have some interim data. We're collecting data all the time. As we look to some of these goals, we can kind of get a first look into it. One that you've already done is the junior ROTC adoption. So we have that as a new board initiative. It was great listening in on it. There was a lot of excitement about it. Our graduation rate has been finalized and certified from the state, and we are at 89 again. You know, it hovers around 89.3, 89.4, but I just think round numbers are a little easier on this. And the state also came in at 88. So you can see, at least over the last several years, we're kind of holding steady. But when we step back a little bit, put a few more years to it, and we look at some student groups, so now we're bringing in some access and opportunity, you can see some groups that have really moved over this period of time, even though the last few years, maybe it's more level. But as you want to highlight and talk about our Hispanic students, students with disabilities, low-income students, and then our multilingual learners, you can see that there's been some real nice progress over the last quick 6 years. But you can see it's kind of a steady rate right now. And so we just wanted to, superintendent and I, kind of have at least a discussion about what's the next place or the next place to go for grad rate.
So, and we've talked a little bit about this in committee work. There's two to really close the gap. I mean, and you look at those rates as they've improved over the last several years. We're doing a lot better. Obviously, those students are gaining more access and doing better through high school. The two areas that I think we can really hone in on that I think could make a difference. One is those same populations of students accessing our CTE programs through pathways. And we've talked about that data before. It's very clear when they're in more than one course in a pathway and they finish, the graduation rate for those students goes up tremendously. And I know that's a bigger system-wide question, whether it's AVID or some of the programs that we're trying to develop to support these students, or it's, some language barriers in our CTEC programs to give kids more access. I think that's one space. The second space, and we know this through the pandemic, is credit recovery, and maybe thinking a little bit different about, instead of students taking courses over in their entirety, is that we would remediate course standards to get them the credit that they have earned. So I know that's a much bigger question. We can work on that, more in committee. I don't think we need to take a lot of time to discuss that tonight, but thinking about, and that's just, those are pieces to the puzzle, right? Still, delivering high quality tier 1 instruction, wraparound services, building relationships, all the things, connecting us to high schools, middle schools, and elementaries. I mean, all the things that we know that are effective are still in play, but these are just some things that we've been talking about. And I know this isn't anything new to this group, but, thinking about our, if we really are serious about that 2% increase over 5 years and closing the gap to chase 100%, which I think it's in range. These are some of the strategies that I think we really hone in on could make the difference. So anyway, and that goes right along, when you're thinking about competency-based and personalized learning and really drilling down to that level with our students. I think that's very much aligned with our plan. So
Amanda has a question.
Hey, thank you. I have a question about the stats associated with the kids with disabilities. Is that following kids with only an IEP, or does that also include kids with 504s?
Just those students with an IEP. Thank you.
Okay, because I do think that those with 504s that do have a diagnosed disability are likely another population that could really be impacted if we were to zero in and kind of discuss that some more about how to best help them. And certainly credit recovery and competency-based education is a big part of that.
We'll separate that out, Amanda. That's a great suggestion. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Amanda.
Here is our ACT results for our grade 11 students. And somehow it looks a little different when I first put it together. Anyways, there's a box over a 2-year period where we were at peak COVID that made some things challenging that I think we need to be more tentative as we look at that data. But you can see at least over the last several years, there's been some encouraging rebound and increases. And since I've been around and been watching it, that's kind of a high watermark for our English benchmark. So there's so much that goes into this. We're talking about kind of got college, you know, it's a more generalized measure. It's not tight to our core standards. But again, this is a good benchmark, and realize when these college benchmarks, they're looking at freshman performance in college classes and then going back to see what ACT scores they needed. These are very rigorous standards. They're not moderate levels that you have. There are many students that won't meet these benchmarks even after their senior year and still do well in college. But this is just a metric for a discussion and a dialogue, but I want you to remember that they are a high benchmark.
And I just add to this, I know we've talked about this in committee as well. And I think, you know, when you look at that data suggesting that our students are taking on rigor and performing better, I think one of the barriers, this issue with FAFSA and, you know, having access, I think that's still a place that our students are demonstrating that they really do have the capability to at least start college, even if they don't think they can. But so many of them get to this place where filling out applications and going through FAFSA and all of that just can become overwhelming. And this has been a real focus in our P20 Alliance with SLIC. President Huftelin has been very passionate about this. And, you know, Utah, as we know, it's unfortunate and it's nothing to brag about that we're dead last in the country in FAFSA completion. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We actually have, I think Jordan has either the highest or one of the highest completion high schools in the state. So I think we're probably ahead of the game, but this is really encouraging. I mean, it shows that our students are coming out of the pandemic, are ramping up more maybe than faster, as Hal said, than maybe we thought, which is good, but there's still a lot of work to actually, you know, cross that bridge of getting students in college. And college isn't for everyone, you know that. Career preparation is just as important, but for those students seeking college, you know, I think we want to do everything we can to give them that opportunity. So, and
it just is we've said it before, it's going to be a complicated measure just because of colleges are now not requiring it. So I don't know how that's going to unfold over the next several years, but we just need to have that as part of the context as we look at it. To be fair, it does feel less pressure than maybe where it did in 2017, 2018, with those kinds of change of policies for higher ed. Another interim update that we have is looking at students with F grades. Now, the goal that we have is the percent of students that have an F grade by the end of the school year. So that one's just going to be looking across the board. What we have for term 1, we're at 20.9. And our end of year is 31%. So we're not too far from that. But you can see that it's more at the high school level. Just want to be sure. It's a little higher at the high school level, a little bit smaller at the middle school level. And then as we talk about access in student groups, I wanted to just highlight, I could go on with charts, but I'm not. In special ed, you can see for those middle school special ed students, how much at a greater proportion who received an F grade. And then when you move over to high school, those who have free or reduced price lunch also have a much greater, higher level of receiving an F grade. So it's not equal across our student groups as we talk about ongoing strategies and interventions. We know it's not equal across the board. That's where that personalized learning, I mean, it's just, that's where that needs to drive and resonate. Chronically absent, I have definitions and how we're pulling the data. Realize that this is trying to look at risk for not graduating. So that's kind of why it comes in. We're looking at risk for not graduating. You can see the definition there. It includes both excused and unexcused absences. It's always a common question of what is brought in to make that calculation. And that's because the research looking at dropping out has found that it doesn't matter if it's excused or unexcused. And you can see where we are at, and we're just over it now, over that threshold of 10% or more for term one. You can see it broken down by our different levels. Our goal is for the end of the year. So it's going to look at all days of students being in session, and it will recompute it for 10% of the whole school year. So we're looking at one block, but the goal is for over the whole school year if you are chronically absent. So this doesn't mean that it may not change throughout, but it clearly has our attention right now. And through Charlie in the legislative session about students attending school and those conversations, we're in the middle of it right now. And you can see.
Mrs. Nymar.
I have a question. Can you go back 2 slides?
Sure.
So just wondering, why are we not creating a goal surrounding students' math and science? Really, that's a weakness. There's a lot of mathnasium, there's a lot of private tutoring places that help kids with the ACT. And one thing I hear over and over again from parents and from those private companies is that our students in high school, they really aren't at a place where they're ready to perform well for math, especially. And when we look at all of the jobs in the workforce and the applied sciences, I think it's evident that we need to strengthen that area. So any consideration about having a goal that way?
So just chime in, during the conversation initially, the ACT composite has traditionally been part of the goal. Over the last couple of years, as Hal mentioned, a lot of the universities are de-emphasizing ACT for admission, so that does change the game a little. Having said that, as you guys know, I'm a proponent of ACT. I think we should still do the ACT. There's still scholarships. It's a universal measurement that everybody understands. My thinking is I'm just not at this point. Maybe it's not the ACT as the tool to do that. Like I suggested, even with writing, I still think there are universal components to this that when our students graduate, they ought to be proficient. I think to your point, Holly, that we ought to be able to say with certainty that you've got certain skills in math and reading and writing and science that I don't necessarily need to align exactly to ACT because it's not aligned with Utah core standards, but I think there's space there to have that conversation about what that looks like. So
Yeah, I know that there's universities, they're no longer caring about the ACT scores, but I think this just is a good indicator that in general, our students are not as prepared in the science and math for college. And if we follow them through their, their freshman, sophomore year of college, those of us that have had kids that have gone on, it's very evident. And so when we're looking at high quality learning and we're looking at CTEC, and we're looking at all of these innovative things we're going to be doing, I think we need to have greater emphasis. We have a great emphasis on DLI. Maybe we need to have more emphasis on math and science immersions and how we can get these kids, even from an earlier start, getting them more immersed in the math and science and how important that is, especially with careers in the future. So I'd love to see a goal shaped around that, linked to our high quality learning. And whether or not universities accept ACT scores as a measurement of how they're going to accept their kids, this is a good indicator for us, right? And I know too, because I've actually pulled grades for our math in high school and seen what's going on with grades in math in high school. And it's very evident of this as well. If we were to just pull those, so clearly there needs to be a better proficiency
Well,
level.
and you can look at Aspire or RISE data, you know, as a state, but we've not performed in math,
That's
I
right.
think, as well as any of us want, so.
That's right.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions about chronically absent students? I hope I explained that we're going to recompute it based on the school year. So it's not like it's cumulative. A student could be absent in term one, but when you do the total school year, if they're able to have a more stable, consistent attendance, they'll drop out and be not in that category. School year calculation.
Or vice versa.
Yes, exactly. Vice versa. We wanted to just go through, you guys are there day in and day out, but we wanted to highlight some updates as we're looking at our progress in our high quality learning areas, and I think Superintendent, you're right.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. This is just from a 30,000 foot view. One thing I do want to comment on is just how excited and proud I am of this work between the board, administration, our principals, on down into our schools, that just, you know, from where we were adopting the strategic plan and really, you know, taking a look at that success criteria to what does that look like? And, you know, I've heard Nancy say many times, you know, along with the 5 tenets, you know, this is kind of the yes, and this is the operational side of the plan. So these, as you know, these don't have goals. These are initiatives and supplemental to the tenets, but very important work, right? They're very critical to seeing success. And these are just a few, you know, this doesn't exclude, we're doing a lot of work around STEAM integration, especially a focus in arts integration. That's been a big part of this group. We've talked a lot about engaged classrooms and really, you know, pulling back from Chromebook use and technology in the classrooms. And I don't know, Amber's here. Amber's our lead in this group. I just want to tip my cap to her and her leadership. We've really been focusing on, you know, what does that look like in classrooms, and how do we continue to come out of the pandemic and engage our students in a real meaningful way. And I remember one board meeting, Andrew mentioning, you know, this is what our parents want for their kids. It's that experience, it's that relationships, it's what they come to school for. And I think we try hard in this committee to remember that work. And then I would just mention, you can see their early learning at full day kindergarten, but Portrait of a Scholar has really been a big emphasis here, and thinking about kind of those dispositions that maybe are a little bit harder, more difficult to measure, but we know are absolutely critical in outcomes that we want for our students. And, you know, one thing that comes to my mind, our Leadership Academy has been very focused on those things, and building leaders, not just with academic skills, but getting our students prepared for real world. So that's our kind of our high quality in access and opportunity. Paul is our lead. Really appreciate her work here. You can see some of the things that we've been focusing on. One thing I would add to that too is a strong emphasis on our ML students, our multilingual learners. We've heard in the listening tour in many of our schools, as the student population increases, about strategies and ways that we can engage our students. Exciting to see at East Midvale just last week, our teachers are starting to really take this to heart, and they're offering conversational courses in Spanish to their teachers. And I think that's amazing. And I'd love to see that innovation and initiative that, you know, our folks are taking to really serve the needs of those students. And then
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I don't know if there's anything else on there. There's a lot there to talk about. I could go on and on. Human-centered supports, Brian, Dr. McGill leads this group. Again, Thrive Time at the top of the list. And still evolving. We know it's not perfect. We continue to get feedback between Brian's department and student services and Amber's and ISD. I think the work continues to really galvanize that curriculum. I'm hearing more and more positive as we're out. I know teachers have mentioned that to Karen as we've been out. There's still concerns. There's no doubt about it, but I do think it's making a difference. And I say this all the time. Thrive Time is not the silver bullet. It's not going to solve all of our problems around mental health and wellness, but it is a great strategy that I think, you know, embedded and done the right way and continuing to be part of our culture to support our students in those skills is important. So, and then lastly, operating systems. This is Leon's lead here and doing a fantastic job there. Parent Square has been a huge, I keep getting emails from teachers, especially that have multilingual learners, or they're very, very grateful for this initiative and what we've done here in the work in Parent Square. And then again, district technology, excited to share, you know, we continue to evolve I've talked a lot about how do we really understand use and utilization with Chromebooks and technology. And in cabinet, we just had a report from IT. We will be able to roll out to parents individual usage reports for students in their Chromebooks. It's not perfect, but it will give parents more of an idea of what their usage is. District wide, I'm excited to share that number is down to 82 minutes average daily for student use. So I think getting back to engaged classrooms, but still recognizing how important technology is. We were in a classroom today with Max Eddington over at Midvale Middle. He was doing a class on math. He was teaching math using story problems. Mont was there, just amazing with the technology and how he engaged the kids.
He makes math fun, which is a rare skill.
Yeah. And just to see how he, you know, engaged the technology with the strategies, it really just inspired me and helped me, you know, realize it is a yes and having both present, you know, great teachers with great technology are elevated even higher. So exciting to see that. And then just appreciate all of our work too, Steve, our HR department, everybody involved in recruitment and retention. You know, we know this is still a major issue, and much appreciation to the board to continue to look at ways to increase compensation, increase wellness. You know, I think about even in budget contraction and all that we've been through the pandemic and everything else, I feel like we've been able to be competitive and provide the supports and the compensation packages that our employees need. And that's not just teachers, that's ESPs, that's everybody that's in the CSD family. So much appreciation there. And then lastly, Kirsten, our team in communications and strategic enrollment. That's a big thing that obviously we're still hyper focused on as these declining enrollment numbers continue. I feel like we've slowed the bleeding. It's not as bad as it was. Still an issue going forward with declining birth rates and the economy and housing and everything. But you know, we're in the fight. We're getting kids, and we're going to continue to, you know, attract and recruit students to our district. So, all right. Sorry, enough of that.
Nope, a few highlights around our accountability. I know we want to keep a good pace through the evening here. Just give me a call if you have a lot of questions about it, but I've tried to put a simple graph of like what's used where in the report. I can go into a lot more detail, but at least you can see, and what jumps out at you at the elementary and the middle school, you go, RISE is about everywhere, and it really is in those calculations. We have K3, K2 learning and all that goes on in terms of Acadians, but that's not formally brought into school accountability. And you can see at the high school, there's a much more diverse number of measures that are used, especially in that post-readiness calculation. It looks at more advanced course taking in terms of concurrent enrollment, CT, and advanced placement courses. And it asks the question of, at the end of your high school have you taken at least one class of this or one class of that in those kind of categories? That's how the state does that calculation. And then these are performance letters, performance levels. The letter grades have been removed over the last 14 months. Charlie will quote it as to when it occurred, but it's kind of, we stepped away and we're now at performance levels. I always confuse commendable and exemplary. Exemplary is the highest category. So I have a visual so I don't mess it up with you guys and gals. The school achievement, you can see where we're at, and we have around 60% of our schools in the top 2 categories. Student growth, we're doing well, but I think there's a calculation the state should maybe look at to make it a little more rigorous. And I only bring it together because if we're having amazing growth, achievement follows it. And so that's the validity question. If the growth is at these levels they're talking about, achievement should be rolling. I think we're good at achievement, but we know there's next levels we need to have with it. So be a little cautious on when we talk about student growth levels at accountability levels in the accountability report. Our multilingual learner progress, that's the WIDA access test that's administered this time of year annually. And you can see those levels where we're at. We have, a quarter of our schools that are in the top 2 categories, but there's a lot who are just developing or in a greater need area. So our energy and focus, this is not dissimilar to a lot of districts in this state, but you can see that focus is necessary. Post-secondary readiness, that's our high schools. And you can see we have 60% are in the top 2 categories. And then when we look at the growth, there is that focus on students increasing in around these achievement measures. There's that standalone calculation of growth of the 25% at your school. It's a different group at each school, and it puts extra weight to see if they're growing at acceptable levels. And you can see that because of it being a different measure, the metrics of those categories are different. It's average, high, or low. And we have almost everybody's average or high. But if we're goal setting, we kind of would want more in the high over time if all the politicians could not change the definitions. But they'd like to change definitions on this, and we cannot control that. I wanted to end on a strong note, some really good news as we talk about targeted school improvement. I'll do the last bullet first, and that is, each year there's the calculations. Well, this year we only had 4 student/groups brought in, and we had 16 that were exited. So that's really going in the right direction when we have a large majority exiting out and going in, and we had a total these schools left completely because they reached the thresholds and those gain thresholds in all of their student groups. So Mid-Valley illustrates it. It's like Mid-Valley has 5 different schools when we look at targeted school improvement. And on all of those groups that they were identified over time, they exited all of them. So as a school, they're completely out. And then at Crescent Elementary, they had their multilingual students had really strong progress over the last 3 years. They've exited, and then finally Sprucewood. So we need to do a clear shout out to those 3 schools. It's fabulous what's going on and those accomplishments. And I'm glad to answer any questions or we can move along.
I have one data piece just today. I didn't realize this. If you guys saw the email on the Science of Reading awards, and Amber, Alice, our elementary team. So USBE was in the district today to recognize an award, the Science of Reading Award to teachers that really have demonstrated outstanding literacy instruction, right? So you think about the pain that we've been through with letters over the last year or two. Today, 13 teachers statewide were recognized, 16 statewide. 4 of the 16 are in Canyons. So I just so proud of our teachers, and those teachers that were recognized today, overwhelmed with emotion. And I think a lot of the last 2 years just kind of spilled out in everybody in the room, but so proud of our teachers. Just thought you'd want to know that today. So anyway, yeah, questions?
Okay, great. Are there questions, board?
I just have a math problem for the superintendent.
Don't ask me math problems.
Hey, Max got you on track.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think I could have done the math.
You said we had 4 of the how many teachers?
Well, I thought 13.
Maybe it is 13. It is 13. I was
I like 16 because I can do the math easy. That
10 to 16.
would be 25% of the teachers recognized were ours.
Yes.
What percent of total teachers do we have in the state? I mean, that seems like
We have roughly just under 5% of the total students.
Mhm.
So you'd probably be in that correlation there. So just under 5%.
So we have 25% recognized teachers here with 5% of the students.
I think it's 30%, right, Amber? Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't realize, I mean, I guess, I don't know. When we at Copperview this morning to start off, and once the state people arrived and they started explaining to me the process, this involved not just data, but observations, interviews. This was a pretty rigorous process. I mean, it was awesome. I mean, that to get this for these teachers and to get this award is a really big deal. And to understand that today and to see 4 of the 13 are in canyons. I'm inspired and humbled by our team. You know, that's because we've been through a lot. You know, we know the training and everything, the expectations through the pandemic and all the extra work. I'm really appreciative of our team and our teachers that took that on and are making a difference. So yeah, I agree, Mont.
You do the math on that and that's even more impressive. than Just looking at your raw numbers of 4.
Okay, Mrs. Singh.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. So I was able to attend the award presentation at Quail Hollow and asked one of the representatives from USBE how many teachers statewide, so it was K-3 teachers that were considered for this award, and they thought it was around 4,000 teachers.
Wow.
And so if you kind of do a little bit of the percentage, and won't even tend to say math, but I'm guessing we're multiple times a higher ratio than the state.
Okay, any questions or comments on the presentation? Mrs. Singh?
One other thing, yeah, thank you. This is always one of my favorite
I like coming to
presentations.
talk to you
Yeah.
about data.
Every year. And just kind of a reminder, like, you know, we've set a few goals with some targets, but really most of like what the focus committees are doing with the strategic plan, all of that, those are approaches, they're tools, they're ways of accomplishing the goals we've set. They aren't goals in and of themselves. And so sometimes it's, it helps me anyway, if I remember that as we, you know, and like was brought up earlier about the math and science, well, hopefully as we have more personalized learning, as we have higher, more engaged classrooms and things like that, hopefully the effects of that will start showing in these few indicators that we've
Right.
identified.
It's hard to find the balance, but you can do too many indicators and too many calculations, and it's an art, not a science, to be able to figure out the amount for us as a district, and it's tough to find the balance, but you're right. All of these things, as they have momentum, we should see it across these indicators, sure.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks has a question.
I'd like to echo Ms. Nybar's concerns about the math and science. It's something I've thought a lot about over the last handful of years. And I do think it's something that we need to look at a little bit more deeply. I mean, I have some mixed feelings about it because I know that the science ACT portion is really driven a lot by how well you read. So a lot of that is still connected to the skill taking associated with the test and your reading capacity. But from my own personal experience, sometimes at the elementary level, I've seen science less prioritized than I would have hoped for as a parent personally.
So Okay, so board, should we ask the administration to maybe look at that and bring us back? Because we've already voted on all these indicators, but we can add
I
another.
think during roundtable, we can dive into that a little deeper.
Okay.
And my thought on that is, I mean, this isn't really a goal, right?
No.
Those
No,
AC
it's not a goal.
studies.
That's just.
So I think, yeah, the discussion could be around, okay, what tools can we put in place? What approaches, what things do we need to emphasize to kind of help with that? Increasing the reading, I mean, the math and science. And then also too, I mean, a lot of this is science doesn't even start showing up in elementary school till fourth grade, is it? Yeah. So.
Okay, does that sound good, board?
Sounds good.
Okay, I think we can go on to the next agenda item then. And this is the Mount Jordan Elevate Grant. Cindy Hansen, Director of Middle School Principals, will present. Thank you, Dr. Sanderson.
So, hello, board. Excited to be here once again and not talking about a schedule. Middle school, it's nice to have a new topic. We're excited. And you're safe here in the front. I'm not sick. Somebody at home sick, so. Just want to introduce, I think you all know Ryan Durant. He's our principal at Mount Jordan. And so, he's been an instrumental part of this process. And just to preface this, Elevate, our purpose tonight is to kind of give you an overview of what it's about and what we've been doing, and then really to ask for your approval in the consent agenda for our recommendation as a consultant. So as we go through this, if you have questions, let me know, but that's kind of the end goal here. All right, so just in case you're not really familiar with Elevate, it's a USBE Center for Continuous School Improvement. They work with non-Title I schools that have stayed in TSI status for a period of time. So they looked at 2018, 19, and then 22. They skipped those years with COVID. And then really their objective is to try to help the growth and the movement of these schools. And so they kind of invite you. Last year with Wendy and I talked with our middle schools that qualified in this to see kind of where we wanted to go. And it's pretty exciting. It's kind of like a turnaround, except we have a lot more of the control over what exactly we focus on in that process. So it's over 4 years. The year started in the fall, so this is year 1. So we really have 3.5 years with our consultant, but it's a 4-year process.
No, just looking at our data, we just felt like it's been kind of stagnant for so long, and we've been in TSI status for 4 groups since 2018 that we needed something to change. And so that's why we felt like if we could have some more say into what we were going to do and what it was going to look like, we'd rather do that rather than someone coming in and kind of having been a thumb on more than we would like.
So just that there is a connection with the legislature, Springboard and Elevate School Program. It just talks about the reason why we need a continuous school improvement expert is that it's legislated that they will work with us and then we kind of determine what that is. Okay, so the LEA, so the things that we are basically required to do that we're monitoring is that we have a school improvement committee, and I know Mr. Edel has been part of that as a board member. We have the expert that we're going to recommend to you tonight. We have to present a plan. So over these next 4 months, we'll be creating a plan that gets submitted to the state for approval. And then we also, it's based on our root cause analysis and our continuous needs assessment that was completed this fall. So all of that's part of it. We're going to address the root causes that were identified for improvement, and then we have an annual report. So our initial one is due June 1st, and so we can be sharing our plan along the way as you guys would like and direct us. Anything more for that?
No.
So then what is actually in the plan? What are some of the requirements as part of this whole process? First of all, we've identified this needs assessment. You can have recommendations. Part of what can come out of this is looking at our personnel, looking at culture, looking at curriculum assessment, instructional practices, leadership, kind of the whole gamut of things are part of what can be implemented and be written into our school improvement plan. It's based on our needs assessment, the gap analysis, the things that were identified in that process. Part of the plan has to make sure we have the measurable student goals and outcomes, that we have benchmarks, that there is a strategy. So it is very much defined by the progress we make and by those steps along the way. We also have a detailed budget. I know when I talked at Access and Opportunity, that was something that Mont wanted to make sure, well, you'll have a detailed budget. There's a timeline. So all of those pieces will be part of it. Yeah. So they'll be utilizing, that's kind of the beauty of this, is they can incorporate their plan into their existing school plans and work with their consultants to really make sure that that's part of the process. And since Mount Jordan is also an avid school, that can be a big part of the piece as well. So they can embed all of those components together. They'll have monitoring progress. We'll be reporting data back, and then the timeline. So anything to add on that? All right, so do you just know kind of what we've done so far from September to now? So we had a school improvement committee that has parents, teachers, administrators. I represent school performance, and then Mr. Edel is the board member who sits on the school improvement committee. USBE, what they do at the beginning is they assign you, they have 6 approved consultant groups, and they assign one to complete the needs assessment and the root cause analysis. And so Ed Direction was assigned with us. And then they came to Mount Jordan and did a whole review of that. And I don't know, Ryan can tell you a little bit about what happened there.
Yeah, so they came, they had us have interviews with teachers. They did observations in different classrooms. They had specific requirements. Like they had to have so many teachers per grade. They had to have specific content areas that they had to observe. They did interviews with
Is that the snow squall?
this sounds more important than they tell me I gotta go.
Sorry about that.
Let's go.
So there were interviews with really all of the stakeholders in our building, paras, students, teachers, parents, yeah, myself, my assistant principals, really just to gauge how things were identify the successes and the things that we needed to grow. And so I thought it was super helpful, being able to have those conversations. And teachers felt like, I mean, from the ed direction people, they thought the teachers really enjoyed being there. The students really enjoyed being there. We just need to figure out a plan moving forward on how we can improve the growth that we need.
And they looked at PLCs as well, and you know, it was a very thorough investigation. Not investigation's not the word. Gathering of data. Anyway, it was done. And then they came in December and reviewed that with our school improvement committee. They went through the results, the findings. They had a summary. They have a school improvement planning table that we submit to the state, and some different components to let us know kind of where the data landed with that. So from there, we issue an RFP because the state, whoever did our initial needs assessment, can't be our continuous improvement expert. So we have to choose a different group. So this is kind of where we're asking for your help. So we issued an RFP the end of October through the end of November. Of the 6 approved providers, 2 submitted proposals. So we had a committee with district MTSS members and school personnel that reviewed the RFP. There's a rubric, it's a whole process. We scored it, reviewed it with Leon, and purchasing. And so we have a recommendation, and the deadline, you know, part of why we wanted to make sure we talked to you tonight is that we're supposed to submit that recommendation by January 15th. So by the end of January, so I will reach out to Dr. Gregory Fern, who's the USBE representative who works with us, let him know once this is approved, and then by the end of the month, he will deposit $375,000 is the grant money that the school will receive that they have for use over the next 3.5 years. So that's a lot, and they get to determine what that looks like. So Mount Jordan and the continuous improvement expert will work on the plan. They'll create that really detailed plan. The way the RFP is written, we can renew the contract yearly. So if there was a problem with the expert that we hire this year, you don't have to keep them for the 3.5 years. So we have flexibility, and really Mount Jordan and the plan, we get to determine how much they're involved. We're not giving $375,000 to this consultant group. We are determining when we want them to come in, what that looks like. In the consent agenda letter, we think it's about $18,000 that we would spend this year on their work with us, just for the remainder of this year. And then when we have that detailed budget, the 1st of June, it would have the outline for the rest of the 3 years. So that's kind of where we would land. So they would have full implementation of the plan would start in August of next year. So we'd be working with them. And so based on the proposals, you would like to recommend Innovations Education Consulting Inc. as our continuous improvement expert. And some of our main reasons, and Ryan, you can speak to this too, they're a Utah-based company. So they really emphasized their understanding of the standards, leadership, all of the components that we kind of work with in Utah. And so they are well-versed in those kinds of things. We had a lot of reliable, positive references, not only from outside people they're working with now, but from people within our district who have worked with them and felt like they were a really good company, very responsive. And one of the things that came out, and this was a comment that Paula had made as we were reviewing all of the data, is that their proposal was focused on, here's what we're going to do for Mount Jordan, or here's what we can offer Mount Jordan, instead of here's the giant scope of what our company does. You know, it really was tailored to what Mount Jordan was needing. So we really appreciated that. Anything you want to add about that?
No, I think just the ultimate goal is so that we can, that we're not utilizing the money that is gonna be something that we can't sustain after these 4 years is finished. And so we're looking at more professional development than, at least right now, hiring people. But it might come to a point where we feel like this might be a good use of our funds, because it's gonna help a specific group of students. And it's really focused on those TSI students that we're trying to improve.
And which groups are, because we got out of.
So, yeah, so we are currently still in students with disabilities and our Pacific Islander students. We just got out of TSI status with our like learner students and our
Low social.
yeah, I think that was Hispanic students.
Yeah, so they were able to exit 2 of their subgroups that have this. So I think that's a really critical point in our conversations have been sustainability. You know, we don't want to have a bunch of money and then come back to the board and say, hey, in order to keep this progress going, we need all this money every year. And so we want to create systems at the school that are going to allow for it to continue to grow once that's done. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Edel.
I just want to say that I'm really excited about this. And I really like that it isn't just putting in an extra body, it's setting up, what do we change, what's sustainable, what can we do for the long term for Mount Jordan specifically. And so I've really enjoyed the involvement I've had and the information that I've had on that. So I think that this is a great program. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel. Mrs. Singh.
Yeah, I think this sounds really good too. Just a couple of questions. So my understanding is once this, your recommendation for the expert is approved and then you kind of work through the state, but then they'll come and help develop the specifics of the plan. So is that something that the plan would then come back to us as a board, or is it just something between the school and the experts and USBE or?
USBE gives approval and then we have to monitor our progress with them, but we could bring our data and anything you guys would want to know and our progress along the way back to the board.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's not a school that I regularly review their TSSP plan, but that was kind of another question I had. You mentioned that it can align with that. And so I think maybe that might be where, when we get the packet of all the TSSP plans as a board, it could be in there and we could just take a look at it if we needed to or wanted to. And then I think that's exciting. You said 2 of the subgroups exited TSI recently, but I hope that, and I'm sure this is probably the case, but when you put that plan together, it should probably include approaches to help all the subgroups because the point is, like you said, sustainability, but over time to just have.
Well, and TSI is tricky because if you can exit and enter, right? They can bring you back in. So
That's what I'm saying, kind of get everybody beyond that kind of bubble line. Yeah.
And I think the state will look specifically at some of those targeted groups, but we as the goal for Mount Jordan is that we want the growth for everyone. Absolutely.
Mrs. Nyberg.
I'm excited about what you're looking at helping us. I think I appreciate that too, when I read that hey, they had specific for Mount Jordan. I also am happy to hear that you're saying, hey, this would be something that we're looking at for every student, not just one group. And I was going to say the same thing Nancy did, but I would love to have updates because I'm sure there's things that we can even look at and apply that to other schools and areas from this process.
Absolutely. You just let us know and we'll get you in.
Okay, thank you so much. Board, are we okay if, it is on consent, so. Hopefully we can put it on this tonight so we can get this going. I think it'd be great if maybe even in like a year, you come back and report on the process. I'd like to know the progress or.
And we can present, in the spring, we can present our final plan, basically, of what we're gonna implement, if you would like that, so that you see all the details of the budget and they can do the experts can do PD for us, they can, be coaches, we have lots of freedom to decide, so we're happy to do that. And then
That'd be okay. Thank you, Cindy, and thank you for Ryan for reading.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Elementary Planning Task Force proposal, and Alice Meredith and Sally Sampson. They are both directors of elementary principals. And so if we could just maybe have this for about a half an hour. If we do want to extend it, we can add that to the agenda for this meeting. That's not enough time. Okay, but let's still end at that time and then we can evaluate. Okay, thank you.
And we have a condensed version of what we presented last time with additional information. So as we're aware, the focus of this task force was a response to our elementary teachers' feedback. Negotiation teams wanted to authorize the creation of the task force to explore options of increasing our elementary. Our priorities were increasing planning time, maximizing instruction, maintaining our PLC, our professional development, and maintaining our PLC time. So tonight we are going to just kind of follow up from our first reading, going over and some of our decision-making considerations for you, as well as reviewing some brain booster library BTS implications, going over the investment summary, the kind of like that we talked about last time, and then how we want to invest. We did send an updated presentation to you There are 5 additional slides that we have added. They're under our brain booster implications, and they're just going to provide a little more clarity. And we've asked Amber to discuss some of those with you tonight. So hopefully that will provide more clarity to in response to some feedback that we received under that. So I'll start off with the decision-making considerations. When we as you're looking at timelines and making this decision of how to improve the planning time, we just wanted to help you as a board be aware of some of the things that that we have to consider right now. And the main thing is the individual school impacts cannot be assessed until like the decisions are made. So we can't give you like a master schedule from every single school at this time. The end all brain booster schedule, staffing solutions, because every school is unique and every school is different. They are unique in size, they're unique in when they're scheduling their PLCs, they are unique in how many brain booster teachers they have and the different job sharing, the different ways that people might share those positions, as well as that is the same with our BTS. So knowing that that is one of the areas that we are prepared with, like the mock schedules from each school, but the individual school schedules are what are developed in the schools. And that's one of the things that we want to maintain, that each school is able to make this schedule work for the conditions that are in the school. It's also important to note that schools are working right now on their TSSP and their land trust budgets. They're planning those. A lot of times, some of the things that may be covered with a planning initiative might be something that they're planning on using their land trust money. Say they do IEP planning days, and if those are going to be covered, then they would need to set that money aside for something else. And so that is an important thing to understand, that schools are in the middle of planning those and making those decisions for their funding. As far as administrative appointments, if we do choose to select the investment of assistant principals, a lot of those occur in the late winter, and we're getting into late winter. So there is a timeline for that. Master schedule planning begins early spring, and that involves not just a principal, not just a BLT. It really involves the whole school community and in working to make sure that that's going to work for the school. Faculty and staff hiring is beginning in early spring. So if we're going to be adding positions, working through positions, all of those things happen. And then as well as communication out. You know, the proposal does include an increase of the instructional day for students by 10 minutes. It also has some proposals of Friday scheduling. So implications of those needing us to notify communities about. So those are just some considerations. As we talked about last time, there were these were the investment decisions that we presented. So in your board docs was a copy of the presentation from last time, which included the daily planning time, the extended planning time block, adding assistant principals or interns, and the IEP block scheduling. So tonight, we're going to give you some of the requested details that you asked about for some of these options. And after we're done with that, then we'll ask from you what types of things you still need in order to make this decision. We're gonna have Alice lead out on the daily planning time, and then Amber is going to go over the brain booster, BTS, and library implications.
Okay, so there's a lot of information in this particular chart. In the interest of time, we just want to point out some of the things that these different daily planning investments have in common and some of the differences. But to start out with, just as a reminder, our current schedule allows for a total of 160 weekly minutes protected planning time, for our teachers. And in looking at the 45-minute daily planning or the 60-minute daily planning, actually, let's start over. All of these options, with the exception of the extended Friday planning block, are going to ask for that extension of 10 minutes per day to the school day. So be aware of that. The only other thing that is slightly different in these scenarios is our 60-minute daily planning period, actually all of the others allow for schools to determine if they want to hold their PLCs on Monday through Thursday and or Friday, with the exception of the 45-minute daily planning schedule. So if the 45-minute daily planning schedule is a part of the equation, that will force the PLCs to be held on Fridays. But the main thing we wanted you to have in front of you tonight is the weekly total protected planning minutes of all the different options that we're presenting to you. So you can see the increase in that planning time accordingly. And then I'm happy to answer. I know that's quick, but there's a lot to this slide. So if we want to just take a minute and pause, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
Are there any questions, board, about this chart? Oh, we got it.
Amber, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so, and this, I know that someone's going to address the brain booster piece here in a minute, but I'm having a difficult time ferreting out from this particular slide how the brain booster technicians will be impacted by each of these options.
It doesn't say anything.
We're gonna let, in fact, if we don't have other questions, that's gonna be the next portion.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
So I'm gonna turn the timer over to Amber to kind of get into the.
So just a cursory to answer your question a little bit, Amanda. In the options that we presented to you last time and that you see it here on the screen, whether we do a 45-minute or a 60-minute block of planning time during the week, for brain boosters, that is going to be the same because the brain booster would move to a 45-minute class. That extra 15 minutes would be tacked on at some point during the day, sometimes with recess tacked onto brain booster so that it could be an hour chunk of time. So with regards to how those options differ for our brain booster staff, they don't much. Obviously, if we only choose the extended Friday block and eliminate the daily planning option from the decision making, then we'd have what we have now, which is what you're looking at here on the screen. So these are all of the components that go into building a master schedule at our elementary level. So these are the recommendations. Some of them are state, some of them are, well, all of them have some research behind them, but these are what the guidelines we give to our schools in terms of setting up blocks of time for specific content areas of instruction. You'll notice it also includes the current model for brain boosters, which schools actually have 3 options that they can choose from, where they have a 2-hour block 1 day per week, 1-hour block a couple days per week, or 40 minutes across a couple of days. And over the 8 years that we've been implementing this, I will tell you that even within these 3, there's been some kind of sketching depending on the school's needs, but essentially they look at having brain boosters across a couple of days and students attending anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour over the course of the week. So what we would move to with the proposed options that we shared with you during the first reading would break down the schedule and the components as follows on this particular screen. So you'll notice that instead of schools having options of how many brain boosters they would organize over the course of a couple of days, we would be asking all schools to have brain boosters Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and that those brain booster classes would be 45 minutes. Any questions about that? Scheduling wise.
So if brain boosters get 45 minutes to teach, they're, FaceTime with the students, does that give them another additional 15 minutes?
So that would
exactly for their planning and their
the lesson time that they are with students would be 45 minutes. And then there would be time in between each group of students that they have. And then of course we build in planning time.
Okay, so that doesn't, so the 15 minutes does not include travel time.
15.
The planning 15 minutes. So you have 45 minutes, but that doesn't envelop the travel time to the next group.
It'd be 45 minutes with students. Students would line up, transition out, and then depending on the school schedule, hopefully they would have at least 10 minutes in between when they'd have another group of students. That might be kind of tight for some schools, but that would be the goal.
Okay, it's still a little tight. I'll just say that.
We would like to push for 10 to 15 minutes, but again, there's only so many.
Well, no, I understand that, but I just don't want them not to have some time. Because the way we were able to do it, they actually had one of the 4 rotations off.
And that is where
So,
the benefits of having, with some of our schools, having recess backed up to the brain booster helps with that. Because then it increases the likelihood that they have a bigger time in between groups of students.
because I know that passing time is really not what you think it is.
No.
So we're saying, just to clarify, so we're saying that 15 minutes really is not 15 minutes because of passing time.
So let me.
Some school
let me
schedules
make
less than
something
10.
Really clear. When we are talking about the 45-minute planning day for teachers, or the 45-minute planning period for teachers, or the 60-minute planning period for teachers, the schedule for brain boosters is the same.
Got that.
So the 15 minutes that you're talking about has
It's
nothing to do.
brain booster stuff.
Right. So I just want to make sure that we all.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about brain booster teachers. That's what I'm talking about. So when you're going through the schedule, I just want us to be clear about that.
So we would be recommending a minimum of 10 minutes transition time in between each class for our brain booster staff.
Not 15.
We'd like to do 15 would be.
15 is the travel.
The ideal, but
But the minimum.
reality, okay. So if you're a brain booster teacher, I'd just like you to walk through with us what it looks like in the week.
So it's going to be, again, a little bit different for every single school. but
Depending
you're
on
going
what
to
they're
be- And again, it's really tough. Can we talk through the implications and then maybe we
Yes.
can talk about why it's school?
Yes, but then can we
talk about
really,
some similarities?
we need to kind of go through that so we understand that we're leaving.
Amanda has a question, Emily has a question. Do
Nancy,
you want
did you have
to?
My question was similar and Amber, just to clarify, that does pointing out that the 45, 60-minute planning time would be the same for brain boosters. Is that different than what you presented last time?
No.
Okay, that has remained the same. Okay, and then if that's the case, how many more additional hours does that give to a brain booster teacher per week?
So in many of the schools, and again, library and BTS is a little bit different, so there are unique circumstances for each of those content areas. But it would roughly be 28 hours, give or take a handful of hours, depending on the size of the school. So that's an increase for many of our brain booster staff by a number of hours.
So 28 hours from what is typical?
Typical right now is 20.
Okay, so we're still staying underneath the 30-hour mark, or is it 34 hours that makes you full-time in the state of Utah?
30.
Okay, so we're 2 hours shy of that. And does that include teaching or just and prep, or just teaching exclusively?
Teaching and prep,
Is 28 hours?
yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mom, do you have your question?
I'm probably missing something here. But I'm keep looking at this and I'm guessing that the overall driving reason we're doing this is because at the end of the day, if teachers have more planning time, they go to the classroom better prepared and our quality of education improves.
Correct.
Is that a good assumption?
Yes.
At the end of the day, what does this improved education look like? And how are you going to measure it so that we'll know that we have improved?
So the same ways that we've been measuring it as we've adjusted any time for any of our levels. So we continue to collect data very rigorously and very frequently at all of our levels. Elementary in particular has a much higher level of accountability. So we have many more required assessments at that level for all of the teachers and students. So we have metrics to be able to measure our progress.
And before we embark on this, are you going to tell us what we can expect?
You can expect the same great things that we just talked about today with a higher percentage of our teachers.
A higher percentage is very ambiguous. What does a higher percentage look like? What can I expect? What's the improvement look like? You know, as we go through setting goals, we all know what SMART goals are.
You do know what SMART goals are.
And SMART starts with specific. I want specific goals as to where we're going. And they're measurable,
It'll be
not pie in the sky.
their mental health goal, mental health
Well,
benefits.
give me what those goals look like.
If you look at our current, we're gonna have an increase. If you want us to put some SMART goals together for our teacher retention, we can do that. If you want us to add additional goals beyond our early learning plan and what's been presented for the accountability indicators, we can certainly come back with those in our third reading. We do know, and we have a trend, particularly with our elementary teachers, that they continue to rise to every bar that we set with them. And we've seen more consistent trends with their increases in progress over the last decade than a lot of other areas that we've monitored in our district as well.
Just as we make a major change, I would like to have some sort of a roadmap as to where we're going.
Fair
And what
enough.
I'm saying is,
Yeah.
going nowhere is the hardest place you'll ever go because you never know when you arrive. And I want to know what we can expect on this trip we're taking, so I'll know when we've arrived.
Fair, and I think you as a board have done a really great job setting indicators and goals and high marks with our strategic plan in terms of the impact that we hope to have. And that's really where we've leaned on in building this proposal as well.
Mrs. Pedersen and then Mrs. Nybar.
Just a comment from me as an educator, former, still am. Anyway, I don't know that the stress that teachers have been enduring for years has ever been measured. Is it measurable enough that you can say, okay, they've been at this level and now it's decreased to here? I am serious. The stress is something we can't document in a finite way, but I can guarantee giving these teachers time to actually prepare and not have to do things on their own at home and giving them a good work-life balance will make 100% difference in their willingness to do what we keep asking them to do. I don't think we need to make an accountable goal that they have to obtain. I really think by watching the overall trends, as you have mentioned, and looking at our retention, looking at the attitudes at our surveys, our teacher satisfaction surveys, those will be your measurement marks. It is not going to be a new benchmark or whatever, but I really think it's time. We have been waiting as teachers to be held as important or given the same compensations that other grades have had in the secondary level and be able to really do the job we came to do. If we can do our planning at school and not have to take it home and be able to truly take time to plan one-on-one with a student or even with their parents. I mean, we'll have time to actually contact them. We'll make a world of difference. This is a social, mental issue. It's not a numeric issue. So yes, we have ways to measure it, but it's not going to be finite. And that's just an opinion for me. And nothing. Rob, well, I'm just telling you, soapbox then.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem. So one thing I think it's important to address too, that we are trying to address whole child. And to have increased brain booster time, there's been a million studies about that. And how if we're addressing whole child and we're giving our students other opportunities to grow and learn in other environments, that there will be an increase overall too. So I actually believe that we should see even a greater increase. I want us to go back to, I have a few things, but I want us to go back to the other slide if we can, please. Yes. So if you look at that previously, we were talking about our goals as a district. And when I was saying I would love to have a greater implementation of the sciences early on, if you look right there, we don't have any time. The children Monday through Thursday get 45 minutes for science or social studies. We are not setting science as a priority in our district in the early grades. And it needs to start there and then build from that. So.
I'm asking, what can I expect?
Yeah, no, and this isn't an answer to your question about that. I'm just saying, when we're talking about and looking at the elementary school schedule and we're seeing what our science scores are when they're leaving high school, we maybe need to think about prioritizing science a little more. I've always felt badly about that this is just 45-minute block and it's social studies or science, and it just depends on the teacher.
Well, it actually
Depends on the grade.
And the grade.
It actually is indicative of the number of standards for science and social studies in elementary school. Those two combined equate a year's worth of standards different from secondary. So that's
Right.
why it's either or. So.
Right, and I know those standards are set for us, but you know, that's, I guess, a great way that we can do more arts integration, and maybe we can teach a little more science in library, and maybe we can teach a little more science.
We can address our
But-
brain booster.
But then I want to go back to the next slide. When we're talking about brain boosters, my concern is, and as we have brain booster teachers here, obviously there's some concern, right, about the changes to their schedules. So when we have increase in brain booster instructional time, I want a specific amount of how many hours it is instructional time right now. What are we proposing? How many, Stephanie? Sorry.
I'll be glad to give you some of those implications. And again, as Sally and Alice have already mentioned, the impact on each individual and each school is going to be slightly different because school size matters in these models. So the increase in brain booster instructional time, we know that increasing the class time to 45 minutes per brain booster is going to require an increase in hours for our current staff. We can't give you an exact for every school because it's not the same. So a Bella Vista with just over 300 students is going to need fewer hours in their brain booster staff's ability to be able to teach all of the students 45 minutes for each of the content areas than say a Draper Elementary with more than 600 students. So we are estimating that most schools will fall approximately needing 28 hours of staff time for each content area, excluding the additional library duties and some of the BTS integration. Does that help? Keep that in mind. We also are we need an increase in our brain booster staff planning time overwhelmingly across all 4 content areas. That was a high demand and need, and one of the biggest areas where we are inequitable across our schools is in the amount of time that our brain booster staff have to actually prep. So ironically and unfortunately, in a lot of our large schools, our brain booster staff have the littlest amount of time, yet they've got the most students to be able to prepare for. And even though they're teaching the same lessons to the same classes for a particular grade, diversifying that for 100 kids in a grade versus 60 kids in a grade still impacts your planning time.
Yes.
And again, the majority of these folks are not certified teachers. They're doing this, learning, digging into the research on their own on how to plan a good lesson, using the resources that we give them. So that was a huge need for them, and we wanted to be sure to increase that more equitably across the district. Other implications, as we've already talked about, we're changing the model to have brain boosters Monday through Thursday for all of our schools. Very few of our schools do that now, so that will be a big change for those schools that are not used to that. And some concern about a number of our brain booster folks just about what that does to the work hours that they have been used to working, the days that they've been used to working, those types of things. There will likely be shifts to personnel to accommodate these additional hours. We have in our brain booster staff, I would say roughly 95% of our employees are part-time. Our full-time employees are our certified BTS teachers, and we only have 4 of them. The rest work part-time. They have chosen to work part-time for a reason, but the reasons vary very widely. And so we have a number of folks who are excited and like the opportunity to be able to work additional hours as long as it stays within part-time. And we have other folks who are saying, I do not want to work 1 more hour than I currently do. I chose this job specifically because it was only 20 hours or it was only 17 hours. And that's all that I'm willing to or able to do with my current lifestyle right now. So one of the things that we can do to accommodate that is recognize that not only will the need in hours for many of our schools require an additional person to be able to support the brain booster instruction, that's also the way to give the most flexibility in those schools that, let's say, they need 40 hours to be able to accommodate all of their students and brain boosters. It's not going to put pressure on the current brain booster to work more hours if that's not something that is going to work with their schedule. And again, these are going to be school specific and up to the principal in how that shakes out, whether how the hours are split and those types of things. But I think that that gives our schools the most flexibility. There will be some changes in our BTS implementation, particularly with regards to the schedule, and I'll talk more specifically about those in a minute. And then given that we are moving to a 45-minute lesson, we know a number of our content areas are going to need more support in terms of curriculum resources. So we've got that on our radar to be able to build more extensive supports for them, which then leads to the last bullet of an increase in professional development time. Speaking of time, I just wanted to point out the clock and check in with you, President Schill, about how you want to proceed.
Okay, I think, how many more slides are there?
We're
Okay.
third through.
I think, or are you okay if we add this to business to finish? Because I mean, we're just not gonna have enough time to discuss this and go through it.
I'm fine with that, but can we move it to like the very beginning? Because I think we have a lot of visitors that are here.
It's true.
So I think it should be as soon as we can in business.
Are we okay with that, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, Amanda, do you want to ask your question right now or wait?
I can wait until everything's presented.
Okay, let's just stop here then. I think that's best, and we will
To be continued.
move you down to be continued. Okay, thank you so much.
So you want to put them as.
We'll put them as A. Then move
You
everything
got
else.
the approval of the agenda, huh?
Yeah. Do it, whoever.
You asked.
I'll do it.
So it does feel a little bit targeted.
Yes.
Wait. So give me like half people drive, and I'm like. Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is January 9th, 2024. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. Mrs. Oakes is joining us remotely, so even though it appears she's not here, she is here. And the first item on our agenda is to approve the agenda for tonight. So can I have a motion to approve?
I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda for our business meeting tonight on January 9th, 2023, with one exception or change. And that would be to add elementary planning time to the beginning of our new business as item A, and then moving employee daycare to B, strategic plan focus group to C, and long range planning to D.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and this will be given by Draper Park Principal Chip Watts. And after we will hear school highlights about Draper Park Middle.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. Repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. President Schill, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and talk a little bit about Draper Park Middle School. The first time I walked into Draper Park Middle School, there was a big banner hung in the main entrance welcoming me to the happiest place on earth. I don't know many middle schoolers who would put any school in that category, but I'm glad to be here tonight to tell you a little bit about Draper Park and talk about some of the things that make the park, as we like to refer to it, a great place to be. The park is the home of the Vikings, and Vikings sail with courage. We're all S, learning to be safe, A, accountable, I, include others, and L, lead. In preparation for this meeting, I asked a few teachers and staff members what they thought I should share. And what I'd like to do is share with you some of their responses along with some of my own thoughts now. So to brag to the board, several 7th grade Utah Studies classes have been completing oral histories of modern pioneers, business leaders, immigrants, and atypical trailblazers of today. This year, students have completed over 150 interviews and used artificial intelligence to generate text transcriptions of the interviews and digitally archive them, along with the original recordings on class websites. Our first year of robotics has been a hit. The kids built 3 different kinds of robots. They coded 2 physical robots to run autonomously and through a VR program. We also did a competition in-house and many were victorious. They did a unit on hex bugs and drone flying. Looking forward to more robotic fun next year. A recent highlight was having the Corner Canyon High School robotics team come show us what they're working on for their competition. And they shared so many possibilities that our students can look forward to in high school. Draper Park has consistently brought home trophies at the regional math counts competitions, earning invitations to state competitions regularly. The last 2 years, Draper Park has placed first at region and in 2022 placed third at the state competition. Draper Park music students consistently bring home top ratings from the district and state festivals and competitions that they attend. Our top instrumental and choral groups have been invited to participate in the highest level of state competition for several years running. We're glad to be a part of a community that values performing arts. Draper Park has a long history of excellent academic achievement. The U.S. News and World Report has rated us as one of the top 5 middle schools in Utah for 2 years running. Students at the park outscore their peers across the state on end-of-level testing by as much as 20 percentage points. Our most recent USBE report card rates our achievement in English language arts, math, and science as commendable, and our growth in those 3 subjects as exemplary. We recognize that these scores are the result of hard work and dedication on the part of our teachers, our students, and their families, and we thank them for their efforts. We will continue to strive for excellence in teaching and learning to ensure that we're doing our part to help students become college or career ready by the end of high school. This year, administrators and coaches of the park have made almost 300 visits to classrooms to collect data on the use of educational technology, particularly Chromebooks. We've found that teachers at the park are working hard to make sure that our students have a balanced educational experience that includes the use of technology when appropriate. Recognizing that educational technology is a great tool when it is used as intended, we have spent time training on supervisory and monitoring tools, and teachers have responded by increasing their use of those tools significantly. We've discussed technology guidelines provided by the district and are monitoring to make sure that our activities that employ digital resources are both engaging and educational while avoiding entertainment and games. The park was pleased to be counted among schools who are ahead of the curve in curbing the use of personal technology at school when we received a letter asking us to limit cell phone use at our school from Governor Cox last week. 2 years ago, we started an Away All Day initiative that prohibits cell phone use at school from the first bell in the morning to the last bell in the afternoon. Are we perfect with it? No. And to be honest, the struggle is real. It can be hard for a teen with a phone not to look at it during the day. Nevertheless, we continue to implement this policy because we're aware of the dangers and distractions that unrestricted internet access, social media, online gaming, and cyberbullying present to our students. We want to send a clear message that we don't want those things getting in the way of our success at school by expecting phones to be put away all day. I could go on, but I'll finish with this. My personal favorite thing about the park, and that has to be the 1,500 plus amazing kids that walk through the door every day, that work so hard all day long. Their energy and enthusiasm is contagious. Their potential is unlimited, and their kindness is inspiring. You're welcome to pay us a visit if you'd like to see it for yourself. All of us at the park wish to thank the Canyons District Board of Education and District Administration for your continued support of our school. We certainly appreciate all you do for our teachers and students.
Okay, thank you, Principal Watts. We love to hear about our schools in our district, and it's really fun to hear about the different things you're doing. So please pass on our thanks to your faculty, and we just appreciate all you do for students. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the Canyon Strong Student Recognitions, and those will be presented by Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize the achievements of students and employees of the Canyons District who help us become and stay Canyon strong. Those who mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from the board and the superintendent. Now, typically, we reserve 1 week every month to celebrate the achievements of students. And then the following week, we recognize the good work of our employees, such as Albion teacher Dan Croshaw, pictured there with the jazz bear. Today, Mr. Croshaw was given the Most Valuable Educator Award from the Utah Jazz and Instructor. He received $1,000 and 6 tickets to an upcoming game. He gets to sit in the suite to watch that game on February 1st. The Jazz will play Philadelphia, so congratulations, Mr. Croshaw. However, tonight, in an effort to note achievements in a timely manner, we are noting the excellence of both students and employees. So at the next board meeting, we'll return to our regular schedule of expressing appreciation for the employees who are Canyon Strong. First up, our honoree. This isn't working. There we go. Our honoree is Corner Canyon Charger Isaac Wilson. He's this year's Mr. Football. Now, the list of accomplishments of this quarterback at Corner Canyon High School just keeps getting longer and longer. Isaac's outstanding senior year has been marked with prestigious awards. Most recently, Isaac was announced as the Utah Football Gatorade Player of the Year. He's the 4th Corner Canyon Charger to win this award, and the, get this, 20th Canyons District student athlete to win a Gatorade Player of the Year award. Now, Isaac also follows the Chargers' Jackson Dart and Cole and Cody Hagan as Chargers who have won this award. And we looked up his stats. Isaac has passed for 4,595 yards and 49 touchdowns. He completed 66.5% of his throw. Now, in addition to being the Gatorade Football Player of the Year, immediately after the last board meeting, he was announced as Mr. Football, as decided by the Deseret News. He was also named the Max Preps Football Player of the Year, and he was one of the 5 finalists for the National Max Preps Player of the Year. So congratulations to Isaac, who is committed to play at the University of Utah. Our next honoree is his teammate, Corner Canyon's Tate Care, and another one of the state's top football players. He was picked as the Deseret News as the 6A Player of the Year. He's a wide receiver, and Tate had a fantastic season. His season was capped with, of course, the state championship winning game at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And in his senior year alone, he had 112 receptions for 1,812 yards and 15 touchdowns. In fact, this is how good of a receiver he is. The Utah High School Activities Association has ever recorded 9 instances of a receiver catching 100 plus passes in a single season. Tate has 2 of those. So congratulations to Tate, who has committed to play at Utah State University. Now you'll also see that I've put up there a picture of his dad, head coach Eric Care. Congratulations to the coach. He was selected to be part of the coaching staff at the Under Armour All-American Bowl in Florida. It was televised on January 3rd on ESPN. Congratulations to Coach Care, who has this, a 7-year, 87-7 win-loss record. So congratulations to Coach Care on not only the championship season this year, but being picked for the prestigious title of being a coach at the All-American Bowl. Our next honorees are the students who competed at this game, very special at Alta High School last week. They are the Unified Special Olympics students who hit the hardwood. Last week at Alta High School, the special dignitary at the game was First Lady Abby Cox. Now, you'll see here that the players squared up against some of the state's top boys and girls basketball players. You may remember that Alta High School is the reigning 5A state champions, but those Unified players, they shoot hoops, and the entire student body at Alta High School cheered for all of them. It was a pep rally-like atmosphere at Alta High School. The cheer squad, the drill team, the dance company, the pep band, and the ballroom dance team competed and contributed to that fantastic day. So congratulations to our Unified Special Olympics kids and to the other students who participated in this assembly. Another dignitary to come to Canyon School District in recent days is State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Dr. Sid Dixon. She visited the classroom of our Teacher of the Year, Mr. Max Eddington. That was this morning. She came to congratulate him for being a finalist in the State Teacher of the Year competition. And she asked his students what they liked about his class and how much they had learned about math under his guidance. One student said, "Unlike all of the other classes, I don't look at the clock." And that he loved to learn math in Max's class. Now, I also want to remind the entire community that this week, we opened up the nominations for the 2024 Teacher of the Year. So far, in just 2.5 days of the window being open, we have received more than 1,100 nominations, the vast majority of which have come from students. We're so proud that our students have embraced the nomination process that we have for our Teacher of the Year. Our Teacher of the Year will be announced on April 23rd at Butler Middle School. The Canyons Education Foundation is a proud sponsor of the Teacher of the Year ceremony. The Teacher of the Year receives $1,000 from the Canyons Education Foundation. We select a elementary school Teacher of the Year who receives $500, a middle school Teacher of the Year who receives $500, and a high school Teacher of the Year who'll receive $500. And from those three, the overall winner is selected and they receive that extra $500. So we encourage the entire community to submit a nomination for the Teacher of the Year. The next honorees are the student musicians who have earned statewide honors for their talents and skills, even at a young age. So congratulations to the Canyon students who have been named to the Utah All-State Junior High Orchestra and Utah All-State Junior High Band. The junior high musical groups will perform at Abravanel Hall later this month. The first concert, the band, will appear on January 19th. The orchestra will perform on January 20th. They will perform on the same nights as their high school counterparts. The students auditioned to be selected in Canyons District who made the All-State Junior High Band are Ian Anderson, Brady Houghton, Joshua Smith, Sarah Billiter, and Toby Schwartz. The student musician from Canyons who won a spot on the orchestra, the All-State Junior High Orchestra, is Ruby Rolfe, and she's from Butler Middle School. So congratulations to all of those students, and we look forward to their performance at Abravanel Hall. President Schill, thank you for this time to recognize those who helped make us Canyon strong.
Okay, thank you. We've now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons districts, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents may be submitted to the board secretary, right over there, at the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes. Those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. And also the secretary has a timer with a buzzer. So when you hear a buzzer, that means your time, please wrap it up. Your time is up. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect We ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Okay, so I'm going to say two names and then maybe you can just be ready to come up. The first one is Mickey. And if Mickey would come up and also state your full name if possible for the record. And then Lydia Wright will be next.
Mickey Smith. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, today I come to you to discuss a matter of great importance, the state of our schools. A lot of our facilities are broken down, as well as lacking certain buildings that are necessary for our students. The restrooms at Jordan High especially are very concerning to me. Soap dispensers are torn from walls, doors don't lock all the way, and waste disposals for feminine hygiene is simply absent in multiple stalls. And that is just the start of it. Our bleachers are broken and we are missing a field house, among other things. I'm unable to speak on behalf of all the other school struggles, but if their experience is similar to mine, I know that increased funding would be helpful to them as well. I'm not here to point out your shortcomings. I'm just here to ask you vote in favor of the funding we need to provide our schools with these important upgrades. With your support, we can transform our schools into safe, modern facilities that will benefit our students and improve our community. Please consider voting in favor of this proposal. Together, we can make a positive difference for our students and our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now Lydia Wright and then Michael Wild.
Hi, I would like to ask you to reconsider to vote for the schools and district to get the funding that is being proposed. From my personal experience with things such as the bathrooms at my school and the bleachers in the gym at my school, among other things, I think we would benefit a lot from this. I am currently unable to use a restroom during the school day because it is unsanitary and crowded, with only a few usable sinks and stalls. Sometimes I have to go to a whole other restroom just to wash my hands. Mostly, I just can't use the restrooms during the day. I also personally witnessed the bleachers collapse last year, which makes me feel very scared as a band member who has to set up several very heavy instruments on those same bleachers, along with an entire band. I personally can't speak for other schools, but I do have friends who I know also have struggles in their schools. Overall, I think the district would benefit very much, and personally, I would too.
Okay, thank you. Michael Wild and then, sorry, let me pick up my glasses. Janine Cardenas. And if I said that wrong, please correct me.
I'm back to cause more trouble. I don't know if you remember me last year. I'm the father of a fifth grader at Willow Springs in the ACC class. Last year, when they made the decision to shut down the ACC program there, we came and gave comments before the board. We're able to find some funding for keeping the class there, at least on a temporary basis. And that has been a home run. The class has grown from 6 to 15 kids. Our kids are doing great. They're doing wonderfully. They're happy together. It was my daughter's birthday party this last week, and she had a eclectic mix of neighborhood friends and church friends and friends from her special ed class and friends from her typical class. And it was incredible to me to see the network that she has built up around her through her interactions with her peers, notably her typical peers and her ACC class. And the reason I'm here is because, unfortunately, she's a fifth grader, so she's now done with Willow Springs. So we'd like to get an ACC program at Draper Park. And timely that we have Dr. Watts here to join us today. The ACC program, I don't know that it's difficult to describe how important it is for these kids to have the continuity from year to year, right? So these are kids who have, many of whom, my daughter included, have really marked struggles with social issues, social anxiety, social deficits. And to have these kids where they're taken out of their school and then taken to a middle school where they don't know anyone, don't know any of the special ed kids, typical kids, and then take it back to the other side of the district again for high school, it wreaks havoc on their lives. Draper Park is the only middle school. Well, let me rephrase that. All of the high schools in the district have an ACC program, and Draper Park is the only one that does not have an ACC program that feeds into a high school that has one. So to put it differently, in every other high school, there's a path for a child to go through middle school up to high school in an ACC program, except for at Corner Canyon. And we have parents with us that would Very much like to have that happen. I've talked with Nate Edwardson a lot, and I know Nate's on my side, right? It's not a Nate issue, it's a funding issue. And I realize that everything is perpetually tied at schools. But I go to Corner Canyon and I see, larger than life-size poster boards of the basketball players, right? I like the basketball players. I'm not there to bag on them, but I'm saying if we're having life-size posters of our athletes before we're having our special ed kids go to school with their friends in middle school, our priorities are wrong on where we're putting the money. So I'd ask you to reconsider the ACC program and consider putting one in Draper Park to serve these kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll have Janine and then Wendy Buchanan.
Hi, I'm Janine Cardenas. I'm sure you remember me from past meetings. I thought I would come here and kind of talk about what my position is in Canyons. We have been going to Canyon schools, my kids, for 12 years now, and when they finish, it'll be 16 years that we have been involved in Canyons District. We are a huge advocate for the district. I appreciate everything that you guys do. My kids are active in their schools. They both go to Jordan right now. I have Isaiah, who is more in the arts, so he does MADS and a cappella. And then my youngest is a freshman and he's hoping to make the soccer team. And he lives for Jordan. Like every game, he's there. He's at the basketball game right now. He loves everything Jordan. I have been in PTA for 12 years. So I started at Edgemont and then we went to Eastmont and now at Jordan. I love the schools. I love being in the schools. I love volunteering my time in the schools. I just really wish that you guys would see how much these schools bring. I appreciate Eastmont. I appreciate the hidden gem that it is. I appreciate Jordan. They need help. I know that we've been here telling you guys, but it's disheartening to hear some people say that other schools should get the funding before Jordan. Jordan needs basic plumbing needs, and I believe that that needs to happen soon. So I'm just here to advocate for both of those schools and let you know that I appreciate you for everything that you've done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now have Caitlin Barron and then James Barron.
Hello, I'm Wendy Buchanan, and like Janine, I wanted to tell you a little bit about my involvement in the district as well. I'm a former teacher here in Canyons, a substitute teacher, a PTA board member for the past decade, current PTA president at Glacier Hills Elementary. I'm a mom of 4 kids. I have a child at Jordan, I can think about this, Jordan, Eastmont, Glacier Hills, and a preschooler. By the time I've gone from my oldest in kindergarten to my youngest graduating, it'll be 25 years, 25 continuous years that my family has been a part of Canyons District. And I tell you that because I want you to know that I am very invested in education and particularly in our school district. Now, when I was getting my teaching degree, one of the first things we learned about, very, very beginning, was Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The basis of that says that we need to make sure that the physiological needs of our students are met. If we do not meet those, we cannot teach them. They are not going to learn. So basic needs, that's what we're talking about here. Before anything else, we need to take a serious look at needs versus wants. Because there is a huge difference in what is going on. And I think it's almost embarrassing that people are asking for needs when our students can't go to the bathroom. They can't go to the bathroom in their own school. It's like a game of Survivor. How long can you go without getting a drink of water or going to the bathroom? We cannot meet their needs until these basic things are fixed. We need equality among all of our students in the district. If I'm correct, Jordan is the only high school that hasn't been given upgrades. And I believe Eastmont, if it's not the only one, it's probably the oldest school, 50 years, as you can see here on my shirt, 50 years old. I'm not quite 50, but I know already I need some upgrades in my life. We know Eastmont does as well. Other schools should not be tagged onto this bond until needs are met. I mentioned them in PTA. Our motto in PTA is every child, one voice. And I know that you all represent people and students from different areas in our district. But we're asking you right now to adopt our PTA motto and to come together to look at our children. Are they given the same opportunities? Are they being given an equal education as other people in the district? Jordan's over 100 years old. My grandma went to Jordan. My husband's grandma went to Jordan. And I think that they would just be so upset if they knew what has become of their beloved school. You should hear my husband's grandma. She's 95 years old, talking about going to football games at Jordan. What a disgrace it would be if she knew what it was like now there. Is that my 3 minutes? Holy cow. One child, one voice. Please give us the money that we need, and I'll email you the rest of my message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now James Barron and then Andrew Morgan.
Good evening. I'm here to advocate for Jordan High School. My name is Caitlin Barron, and I'm currently a freshman. I decided to speak as it is my first year at Jordan, and I've found a love for the school and the history it has. But with history, there comes problems that we're currently facing. Not only are there physical problems, but the appeal to students and families have gone down due to some of the problems that the facility is having. Attending the school is an amazing experience so far because we have incredible staff that make students their priority. For people that are debating whether they want to go to Jordan, problems stand out. And we're not known for much as in academics or sports, but some fixes at Jordan could help the school feel more comfortable and inviting. I've only been at Jordan for a short amount of time, but it's visible that the school is aging and there are problems that are appearing. If we don't get to the problems sooner or later, they could become more major fixes. With some fixes that need to happen, the school can feel like a better, safer learning environment for the student, teachers, and any events that use the facility. I really like to take pride in the school facilities as I do when I'm taking pride in my school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So who was the person that spoke before? Wendy, okay. Janine, then Wendy. Okay, then Caitlin. Got it. Okay, now is there a James Barron that wants to speak? Okay, great. And then Andrew Morgan.
Good evening. Greetings. My name is James Barron, resident of the district here for 25 years now. Not usually want to take the stage, but today feels like the right time for me to speak up. I was here in November when my oldest daughter, Brianna, spoke, and now I get to follow my youngest daughter. She addressed this assembly discussing the condition of the facilities, the plumbing situation, and her overall experiences at Jordan back on November, I believe it's 14th. Regarding that meeting, I was motivated to speak by Keegan Grow, who spoke third from Jordan High School. In his speech, he emphasized the significance of community, highlighting that when one student transfers schools, their teammates, friends, and neighbors often follow suit. I agree with him. While I can only speak for what I've experienced in my neighborhoods, my neighbors across the street had 4 high school students that have recently graduated high school. They all went to Brighton. They didn't go to Jordan. The house next door to them, they went to Alta. They didn't go to Jordan. 3 houses in a row are just up for me. All 3 of them have elementary aged kids. During the summer, actually, during the eclipse, we were talking about schools and their thoughts. This community anticipates moving before their kids hit high school age, or transferring to what they consider a better school over going to Jordan. I agree with Keegan that, and would say that it's evident that Jordan School faces an image problem. Jordan is not perceived as necessarily an athletic or an academic institution. Our coverage often reflects negative content in the news. We're not often in the highlight reels. There needs to be a commitment for what I call face programs, and what I'm calling face programs. These are school programs that serve as the face and marketing of the school whether it be AP, IB, DLI, which is why we're there, theater and arts, music, CTE, other programs, and yes, like or not sports. We recently had an outstanding turnout of students addressing problems with our school 2 council meetings ago, particularly regarding plumbing. Within a week of that meeting, we had yet another bathroom pipe break in the school. Last week, I attended a Jordan school basketball game, using the restroom near the gym with wet floors, poorly flushed toilets, deteriorated stalls, and sinks with inconsistent water left me reluctant to use the facilities. This is what our parents see. This is what our opponents see. This is what our opponents' parents see. Our community who uses the building. And more importantly, what we expect our kids to spend the majority of their day in. Please don't interpret my speech as solely being for Jordan High. I don't disagree that other schools need improvements in funding. They absolutely do. However, I am speaking about Jordan from my perspective and my years with Jordan. We need to fix and maintain Jordan. This is why I helped vote and why I voted to develop Canyon School District, keep our taxes local and for the betterment of our kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Andrew Morgan and then Chip Watts.
Hello. My name is Andrew Morgan. I am a school board advocate for Eastmont Middle School. I'm also the guy who always tears up when I talk about my daughter going to school. So again, bear with me. I've been up here before. I'm probably one of the few people in the history of all school board meetings who have come with the sole purpose of saying thank you. Before with the dealing with Eastmont and the flooring and things like that. So I come out in support, and I know and appreciate. I mean, I've met many of you. I don't know if you remember me, but I know I've met many of you, and thank you for what you've done in the past. Principal Watts, I live in Draper. Principal Watts earlier made a statement, and I'm probably going to butcher his comments, so I apologize to him, but it was something along the lines of not knowing many middle schoolers who, or as a group, who love to be at school. I can attest as, again, a person who lives in Draper and intentionally brings my third student now to Eastmont, that I can do that. And that Eastmont is a school where the kids generally love being there. I volunteer there quite a bit. My wife volunteers there quite a bit. And the culture, and this is what I said every time when I've come up here, is that the culture that's built in Eastmont and as well as Jordan, I've had students there as well, as one of excellence and one of amazing school culture, and building that culture of students who are proud of their schools and who are there ready to learn and who are happy to be there and who are accepting of one another, regardless of what they believe or act or feel. That is the culture that is ingrained in those schools. Canyons has an amazing history of building beautiful facilities, and that's absolutely true. I'm proud of seeing Corner Canyon. I live pretty close to it. I see it all the time. Mount Jordan is a beautiful remodel. I go visit there quite a bit and picking up other students. Union is shaping up amazingly as well. I would ask each of you to turn around and look at that sign hanging on your wall of fiscal accountability as a charge that each of you took in representing the district, not just your constituents, but the district. And again, it asked, just like other people have articulated earlier, that approving upgrades in schools while leaving Jordan and leaving Eastmont lagging behind, and I'm assuming there's probably other schools and needs as well. I would question if that's fiscally the right thing to do, or if you're making poor judgment in how, as a group, as far as how those funds are allocated. So I know obviously you can't respond at the moment. And then I, for one, am going to assume the best in you. And I ask also the rest of the people coming up here to please assume the best in each of the board members as well. Again, I can speak from experience that they do care and that they do support what's best. Okay, that's it. Go Patriots. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now have Principal Chip Watts come up again.
Hello again, long time no see. My name's Chip Watts. I'm the principal of Draper Park Middle School, and I am here as a representative of our school community council to share a letter that our school community council has written to the board dated December 12th, 2023. Esteemed members of the Board of Education, the Draper Park Middle School Community Council wishes to write you at this time to make you aware of a situation that is happening in our community. In our meeting last month, we were visited by Mr. Michael Wild, a parent who has a student in the ACC classroom at Willow Springs Elementary. Mr. Wild explained to us that based on current district projections, his daughter will be placed in an ACC classroom outside of her regular boundary school for her sixth grade year because Draper Park does not currently house an ACC program. We understand that there are many factors that go into the decision of placement for ECC, ACC, ABS, and other special programs. Mr. Nathan Edwilson, who also attended our meeting, explained some of these things to us in November. Our purpose in writing this letter is to communicate to the Board of Education and also the district administration that Draper Park Middle School will be happy to host any special education programming that the district deems necessary and appropriate for our community. This would include the ACC class that Mr. Wild and other parents would love to see in our school. Our enrollment is changing such that it would be possible to free up a classroom in the building next year for such a program. We recognize that a diverse student body population provides opportunities for growth, learning, and new relationships for both teachers and students. We thank the district administration and Board of Education for their efforts to provide excellent educational opportunities for all students in the district and are happy to continue supporting that mission here at Draper Park. Should any questions or concerns arise, please don't hesitate to contact me, Dr. Chip Watts, or Janine Day, our SCC chair. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, Chip Watts, Janine Day, Emily Ord, Chandra Brown, Jenny Boyack, Cami Ship, and Nancy Nichols. Thank you. And I'll leave a copy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our last speaker is Caroline, and will you also come up and say your last name?
Hello, my name is Caroline Herzog. I am a seventh grader at Eastmont Middle School, and I'm a part of student government. I have 4 siblings. All are going or will go to Eastmont and Jordan. I know several people who work very hard in school, even though the school conditions are not ideal. The things that usually come up in the school include the plumbing. The bathrooms at both Eastmont and Jordan are not the best. The toilets and sinks don't work very well, and I've had a stall door collapse on me when I've opened it. My brother and sister and all their friends would rather go to the bathrooms in the seminary building or wait till they get home because the bathrooms at Jordan are not good. Another thing at Eastmont that could be fixed is the flooring in the basement. Right now, all the floor is just cement. There are some things that are hosted in Eastmont's auditorium in the basement, and the flooring doesn't make it that welcoming. Also, the computers we use are not of great quality. There are keys missing, keys not working, and sometimes computers won't turn on. I understand that some of these things happen because of the students, but a lot of it is because they are old. These are just some of the things that could be fixed, but I'm sure you have a long list with these things or something similar on it. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and please consider all of us when you make your decision and the money that will go into our facilities.
Okay, thank you. That will end our patron comment time. And the next item on the agenda is to approve the consent agenda. And I will ask for a motion and for all the items to be read individually.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda for tonight. A, approval of minutes for December 12th. B, approval of hire and termination reports. C, approval of student overnight travel. And D, approval of Mount Jordan Elevate Grant Consultant.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Did Amanda, did you vote? Okay, maybe it's just 6.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is new business. And we will continue elementary planning time task force proposal by, it looks like Dr. Amber Roderick. Landward is coming up, and also Alice Meredith and Sally Sampson, directors of elementary principals.
Thank you. Welcome back. Okay, I believe we left off in just talking about some of the specific implications. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is specifically how the implications for brain boosters impact our libraries and our BTS program. And then we can move to questions if there are additional ones related to brain booster specifically. So I mentioned earlier in study session that there are some unique circumstances for the instructional technicians in our libraries, because in addition to providing instruction during the brain booster time for all students K through 5, they also have the responsibility to run and manage the libraries in our elementary schools. So you can see here the list of the additional responsibilities that our elementary library ITs have, and this list is certainly not exhaustive. So in addition to those 28 hours that an average school might need to support instruction during the library brain booster, there will also need to be additional hours provided to those individuals to be able to complete all of these additional responsibilities. So this is one of those areas where right now we have, I think, about 11 schools that already have 2 brain booster instructional technicians to manage the responsibilities. Moving forward with the increased hours of instruction, we would likely need 2 of those folks in every school to accommodate the hours and the needs. So in addition to libraries having some unique circumstances, we also have our Beverly Taylor Sorensen program in a number of our schools. I'm not working this correctly, I apologize. If we can just go back one slide, that would be great. I think I was in the right space. Thank you, Julie. So the Beverly Taylor Sorensen program we have in 25 of our elementary schools. And I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview to make sure everybody knew the basics of the program before we get into the specific implications. So the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Program is funded through our legislature, and it's a program that aims to increase both the quality and quantity of arts instruction and arts integration just for elementary students. We apply annually through a grant for these schools to continue in the BTS program, and the grant provides funding for FTE. That funding that's provided is for 80% of the salary and benefits for those art teachers that we hire for the BTS program. Right now, we have 25 elementary schools and Jordan Valley who have the BTS program. The allocation of FTE is also based on enrollment. So the majority of our schools qualify for half of an FTE of an arts teacher. So that means that the funding that we get is 80% of that half of the FTE for those particular schools. And then let's see if this will. Sorry, Julie, can you advance? Thank you. So because of the unique needs and requirements of the BTS program, we held a focus group of individuals that are providing our arts instruction, both the BTS teachers and our arts instructional technicians, to talk about how we could potentially look at the proposal with the additional instructional time for brain boosters and what that might look like with our BTS and arts ITs. And these are the options that we came up with. A number of them are already being implemented in some fashion in our schools across the district. So the first option, the Cadillac version, which was obviously the most expensive, would be to supplement the funding and have full-time arts teachers in all of our BTS schools. The majority, like I said, of our schools qualify for a half-time teacher. And so this would be an additional half-time FTE at all of those schools. Another option would be to increase the hours that would be required to provide the instruction and still provide a reasonable amount of planning time. And so again, 28 is an average mark, could be a little less, could be a little more at those BTS schools. Keep in mind that those half-time teachers right now for BTS are working the 20 hours a week in our schools. Another option would be to have our 28-hour arts instructional technician like we would in STEM and PlayWorks at our non-BTS schools. That could be an option to expand. And then another option would be what we also have in 6 of our schools right now, and that is a BTS teacher and an arts IT school share. So what that would look like is a BTS teacher would work in 2 schools or 1, depending on if they work full-time or part-time. But the week that they would work, or the week that they would work in one of the 2 schools, they would work full-time so that they would have plenty of time to provide both the Brain Booster arts instruction as well as arts integration and still have planning time. The following week at the school, an arts IT would provide that instruction for the Brain Booster class time. So it could be even a different art form. And the BTS teacher would either be off the following week if they were half-time, or they would be at a second school if they were full-time. Like I said, we have a couple of schools who are already doing this now. And then the final option we do have also in one of our schools, and that is that an arts IT is the provider of instruction during the Brain Booster class time. And then the BTS teacher is solely involved in arts integration outside of the Brain Booster model, but does do some intermittent rotation into the Brain Booster model. But their primary focus is integration and outside of the Brain Booster model. So those are, again, the 5 options that we could consider that would work within the proposals that we have given you for that daily planning time increase for our teachers. Before we move on to administrative support, are there additional questions about the implications for our Brain Boosters?
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen and Mrs. Nybar.
My question is there ever going to be an opportunity where the actual IT teachers, the Brain Booster teachers, will be able to sit together with you and your group and give input on how they feel that their schedule should be managed? They really don't feel like they have been represented. I know that you've had higher level, but we need to take it to the people that actually have to implement it. So I'm proposing that we work out that this is what the schedule will be like, but could there be, and we could approve that, but that the details about the schedule would first be met with the Brain Booster teachers. You could have a big meeting somewhere and let them work out their frustrations or innovations or whatever it is that they need to say about it. And then you could take it to the schools themselves to help implement it. They could help you find the versions, because even the ones that have been presented, I have heard that they're not comfortable with everything. They don't feel like it truly measures what they do. I think you've done an excellent job. I've come very close, but I really feel the need to, yes, we need to decide what our program's going to be, but I think the nitpicky, the under the water part can be decided before the beginning of next year, but that we really need to take it to the actual group of people.
And that's a
that a
fair
possibility?
point. So just to remind folks that we did meet with all Brain Booster staff before Thanksgiving in a big meeting, as you suggested, to be able to solicit their feedback. And boy, did they air their
Oh, I'm sure they
concerns
did,
and
but I'm
their
not
questions.
understanding that because
And
they're
so-
still telling me that they haven't been listened
Right,
to.
they are them to me, so I think it's important that you hear from them as well. In addition to having those meetings with each of those groups separately, we also solicited feedback after those meetings for them to submit additional concerns so that we could have in writing some of the specifics. As you mentioned, we asked them the specific challenges with their potential, or excuse me, that they're facing right now, what challenges they would face if their schedule and hours were to change. We asked them things that could be more support, what ideal planning time would look like, what ideal amount of time they would need for a good lesson in each of their respective areas. And then we had an additional focus group with the arts folks because of some of the nuance differences. So I think that the next step would be exactly like you said, Karen. Once a decision is made and we have action on what the brain booster model could look like at that point, then we need to start working out the parameters of what that's going to be. Again, given that every single school is going to be
So
slightly different.
you're proposing, and I agree, that that would happen at the school level so
I-
that
I
they
think
could
it could
implement
be-
it, or could it be?
I think it could be both, because I think that's where the work begins. Once we know for sure that, let's say, we're moving into a 45-minute brain booster model, then at that point, I think the conversation with all of the staff moves to, so now that we know, we have an answer of what this is going to look like in big picture, let's talk about what supports you need and how we need to put more parameters in place, and then how do we work with schools to be able to make that happen. But again, each group has competing needs as
I
well, right?
guarantee
You
it.
know, library has some really specific needs, arts group has a very specific needs, as do Playworks and STEM. And so
Yeah.
it's that balance of seeing what the commonalities are, with the fact that the principals are then scheduling everything with recess, with lunch,
Oh, I
with
agree. It's a
intervention, with
complex.
right. So there's a lot of
Complex.
things. So I guess the point is we aim to be able to listen to everybody's concerns and integrate them. And we have to recognize that everybody's going to have to give, because not everybody can get everything that they want.
And I
going to be
agree. That
happy.
will never happen. Everyone is going to have to make a compromise to benefit the majority.
And
And we will
really
never
to
be able to meet
benefit the student.
everyone's expectations. The part I'm just the most concerned about is their lack of feeling heard. And
Then
so
let's
I'm
do
trying
something
to
about
figure
that.
out how we can get going on what we need to do, yet give them additional time for feedback.
Fair.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
So I had a similar request along the lines of Mrs. Peterson. So what I would like to see is I'd like to see a slide where we get to see some of the feedback. I know you did it for library, but I really want to see for the other brain boosters. You know, PE is very different as far as prep time for lesson planning than art is, or music. And so I would really love to get, or STEM, yeah. So I would really love to get slides on what their feedback is. Every meeting we have, there's a row of them there, which tells me they have concerns. And I would like to hear what those concerns are, because that's invaluable advice to hear from them right there in the classroom, and what demands they're trying to meet. So, and I think that when we're talking about our strategic plan and integrated cross curriculum, that we need to allow for time so that they can also meet with the main teacher, so that we are doing projects that, correlate to the topics that they're being taught. So I would really like to see how that's going to look. The other thought is that I'm really curious and interested to see, as we do this dive and we're looking at prep time and brain boosters, I think now is a great time also to look at our elementary schools and how much PE time kids are getting. There's such a vast discrepancy. I understand we have different FTE hours and different pay scales and who's available, but I think we need to take a good look at that as well for healthy lifestyle. And that's such a huge contribution to mental health. And as we know, and that's one of the goals in our strategic plan as well, to have some good healthy movements. So I would love to see that broken down with elementary schools, how often these kids are able to get to move.
Okay.
In PE.
Would you like me to also have that feedback gathered from our teachers about what they need in terms of planning time, or just brain
Absolutely.
booster texts?
Absolutely. I would like a slide on each of those, and I would like to see like broken down by elementary school, because it's so vastly different. Some of our kids only have brain boosters twice a week.
Correct.
Some have more, and it's all spread out throughout the district. And brain boost, I mean, my kids, and this is how all kids are. I can't miss Tuesday. Tuesday is brain booster
My
day.
son's the same way.
Right? So I love that we're going to give more of it and more access, but I want to know what brain boosters this school is getting versus this school, because we need to try as best we can to open up those pathways for those kids. Right? So I think it's really important. Thank you.
I just don't know if that's realistic. I'm sorry. I gotta say it. I mean, to have it per school, unless do you already have that you could send it to us in like an email?
I already have the data for the instructional technicians. And we could certainly survey the elementary teachers. When the initial proposal went out, we do have about 90.
My
So we
vision
could
is
share
just,
what we've already
I just
gathered.
think we're getting way, I'm sorry, we're getting way into too much detail. But I mean, I think it's fine if you can send that to us, but we don't need to spend time on every single school right now. We need to plan a big idea.
I guess what I'm saying is, so if there's elementary schools just says, okay, there's 3 specials at this school and this is how,
So
because-
moving forward, we'd have 4 in every school, which is what we have now. They're just different. So we'd
Different
have
ones.
to.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be the same. We'd have to systematize.
but some of them have PE offered more.
Right,
and
that wouldn't be the case with this model. So we'd be moving to Monday through Thursday. So every school would have Playworks, PE once a week, arts once a week, STEM once a week, and library and media once a week.
Okay.
I mean, plus a lot of those details are going to depend on what we decide. So even if you send that to us now, it's all going to change. So I don't know. Anyway, you could send us what you have.
Okay.
But let's not put that in the presentation next time. That's too much. Okay, Mrs. Oakes has something to say. And then, well, Mrs. Tingy first, and then as long as everyone goes first before you go in. Amanda?
Okay, you ready for me?
Yes.
So I have, I think that the discussion that we had previously in the study room about teacher retention is a good one. I recognize, I want to make it clear, I recognize that elementary school teachers have not had adequate planning time for a long time. I also think that the teacher retention, if we are going to keep track of that, that needs to include our brain booster teachers as well. Especially if there's a change. One of the things that I have thought through this whole thing, and I don't think it's been brought up as a conversation, but I'm interested whether or not you've collected any data or feedback from regular classroom teachers. But I often hear them complain about how little time they have to teach everything that they've been assigned. And so much so that, when I was on an SEC for my kids' elementary school, I was told repeatedly that they had very little to no time to even have some of the arts groups that will come in for free and share, different content or performances for assemblies with the kids, that the teachers get really stressed out when they have even 1 hour taken from their week because they already feel so much pressure about getting all of the content into the regular school week. I've heard the same thing said when other proposed legislation has been brought up about good touch, bad touch training. I'm curious about whether or not that issue has been addressed, and if so, how?
I think the short answer is no. The reality is our elementary teachers do have more than they can teach and time to teach it. I think that's where it's up to us to figure out how to prioritize and support them in how they can spend their time, because they don't have enough time to teach all of the standards that they're required to teach, let alone all of the extra things that we add in terms of, just like you mentioned, Amanda, the additional assemblies, the Constitution Day assignments, the additional things that come up school by school. So I think that the short answer is always going to be no. There's never enough time to teach what we expect our teachers to teach. And so how do we support them in doing the best that they can with the time that they have and prioritizing what we think is most important for our students?
Well, because this is significantly reducing how much time they're in front of their students, right? I mean, I am a huge proponent of the arts and movement, but as much as we're looking at planning time that we're giving back to teachers, that's also time removed from the classroom. And I just wonder how much that impacts them and their stress level in a different way.
Fair. And I'm spitballing from my memory of the slide. So again, I can give you the accurate number, but I believe the difference in instructional time that they would be with teachers with this model, because we've increased the day by 10 minutes, would really be a difference of 10 minutes less with their teacher overall. Again, depending on the Friday decision as well. But the Monday through Thursday would be just a difference of 10 minutes.
Okay, and have you
I
gotten
can
any
double check that.
pushback from?
Don't set that in stone. I'll run those numbers while Alice and Sally finish, but I think it's not as great as we thought, because we went to the same place that you did, Amanda, and then figured it, and it wasn't as big.
I would like to understand what that is under the different proposals, and also whether or not if the regular elementary classroom teachers have been approached and that this has been shared with them. I would be interested in knowing, just because that has been, and for the last 5 years I've been on the board, a very consistent message from all the elementary teachers that have ever talked to me. I also agree with Ms. Pedersen about the need to more meaningfully involve the brain booster technicians in this discussion. The feedback I've gotten is that they've been able to give very cursory feedback, but not really meaningful feedback. And when we're considering how much this presentation most significantly impacts them and their time, I find it ironic that they're the ones that have been consulted the least. So I would also agree that needs to be considered and followed through on. And before we move on to the next part, I recognize that we have a discussion here discussing, whether or not we have more assistant principals in our elementary schools. I would suggest that this is kind of a separate discussion. I don't really know why we're squishing them together. And because for me, I'm having a difficult time understanding how having assistant principals actually assists with teachers having more prep time. And I would suggest that maybe we consider splitting those conversations somewhat. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Mrs. Tingy?
Thank you. Yeah, this is all very interesting. I wanted to make comments about kind of the planning time piece of this conversation, because I feel like, moving on to the other, it's kind of shifting gears a little bit. So, the original request was to explore ways of increasing elementary school classroom teacher planning time. And I think you guys have done a great job of providing the board with lots of different options, including, but there's other factors, right? There's other ways you can get that time. And one of the things is the school day and the amount of instruction time that a student is in the building is another factor that I think this solution regarding expanding the brain boosters is helping to preserve that piece of instruction time for students, as well as kind of preserving the length of a school day or the length of a school week for families. But at the same time, it also is increasing the student experience, right? That was part of the original vision for creating brain boosters. So I'm trying to look at this as like brain boosters 2.0, right?
That's a great way to look at it.
We've been 8 years or so into this now, and it's a good time to revisit it and to look at it. And if it helps us also get more planning time for elementary teachers, then, I see it as a win-win. One of the things that I was wondering, so you kind of had some general costs in that first presentation. Have those general costs, or have they changed at all? And how, I know it's like a pretty big window of costs on that. And I'm just wondering, as you were talking about, as you dug a little deeper with the library and what they need, and the idea that it might need to be 2 different people and, or I guess someone going full-time, is that window of costs cover those contingencies, those?
So the range of costs that we gave you does include a range of hours and an estimate of the additional responsibilities for the library techs. The only thing it does not include on the high range would be if we were to add additional FTE to our BTS staff, because those are licensed staff. So that would increase the cost more significantly. Or if we, correct, thank you, Sally. Sally just mentioned, we did not include any full-time with benefits ESP employees in those estimates. It was all assuming maintaining the part-time status.
Thank you. And so kind of what I'm hearing is we're not kind of redesigning brain boosters, but kind of systemizing it a little bit more in this redesign. And then also just kind of a thought about the 45 minutes. So currently it's about 30-minute lessons, right? So it's extending that lesson time, which is a good thing, but also requires extra preparation and maybe redesigning their curriculum guides or their maps or
Yes.
whatever.
Yes.
To have a little slightly longer or deeper lesson. So what kind of planning time are you proposing for brain boosters?
So right now we've included a minimum of 4 hours per week per content area.
And what do they currently have?
They have anywhere from 30 minutes to 8 hours, depending on the school.
And does that time, earlier we were talking about, the 45-minute lesson and then 10 to 15 minutes in between, that's not counted.
That's not counted as.
I think
time.
that's just reset time, pick up
Exactly.
the trash and set out the
Exactly.
supplies, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move forward. Oh, yes, sorry. Sure.
I just wanted to bring the conversation back all the way around. I support what Mrs. Tingey has said, that the purpose of this whole conversation, and I don't want to get dragged the wrong direction, is to provide more planning time for the teachers. And the secondary part is how can we help the brain boosters be able to support that? I don't want it to get flipped where it's all about how are we going to make the brain boosters completely happy and make what our goal was be diminished. I would like to see that we go ahead and plan on a way to help our teachers and then work with the brain booster people to get it to work out. And a lot of that will be in their own schools. It just always does. It boils down to what fits into that school's schedule and how they're doing things. The other thing is I also support Mrs. Oak's comment that we really should separate the two. I would really rather vote and discuss teacher planning time separate from administration. I know they both benefit the school, but the original purpose is to help the teachers get their planning time. And I think the other would be an extra asset for the schools, and I find it very needed. But I'm not sure I like it packaged together. I don't like bundling when Congress does that. It just feels like bundling.
Your portfolio is typically diversified, as we mentioned in the first reading. And so putting all of your eggs in one basket isn't always the best strategy for getting a return on investment. But I will let.
That's fine. We
talk
don't
about the
have to, but I'm
administrative
just
support.
saying, I wonder about that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg wants to say something, and then Mrs. Nymer.
Shredded on me. I just want to remain clear on my position. The purpose of what we're doing is not necessarily to improve or increase teacher prep time. Our purpose is to improve education of our children in the district. If giving additional prep time to our teachers will improve the education process, I'm all for it. But this is not about increasing prep time. It's about improving education of our children.
Agreed.
But I will also climb on and say Amanda had it right, separating the issues on this with the admin staff.
Okay, Mrs. Nymer.
I agree. I do think this is all about improving the student experience, which I do feel is achieved by teachers having appropriate amount of prep time. And then also actually, I do feel that increasing brain booster time throughout the week will also enrich our students' experiences. So the reason why I was asking for that report of what the schools are doing currently is just, I'm honestly really interested in looking at our playworks and seeing if we could increase that to like twice a week. That may provide for some better cross-curricular meetings between other like arts teacher and main teacher. And I don't know what the cost would be on that. Or all of our playworks PE teachers part-time currently? Okay, so they're all under that 30 hours. So I don't even know if it would be possible, but I do think that all the research I've read by increasing physical activity with the kids, there's some awesome benefits with also learning acquisition. And then it may also provide a little more prep time for those other brain booster teachers that need more time with the increased amount of rotations they'll have in the week, as well as being able to integrate with the main classroom teacher. So that's my interest on that portion. If we can somehow get some detail about that, I'm really interested in looking at that.
Okay, and I will say, I'm not gonna repeat what Holly just said at the beginning, but I 100% agree with you. It's about the students and it will benefit them. Okay, so
Moving on.
we can continue. Thank you.
Okay, so since we had this part in our presentation, we'll go ahead and finish out the information about administrative support. I do think it's important for the board to understand or remember that when we had the committee come together and we talked about teacher needs and supports, absolutely, creating more planning time for teachers has been the forefront of this conversation. In that committee, however, we heard from a lot of teachers about some of the barriers that they find that come up in the school day. One of those barriers is having an administrator there to help in the moment with certain things like behaviors, being present at our PLC meetings, some of the things that we really need and want them to do in order to continue to support teachers. So that's really why we included this. We recognize that it's somewhat separate, but at the same time, it's really not. It's a matter of looking at the different ways that teachers can not just have their planning time, but have access to the things that they need. And some of the things that they need include access to their administrators. So that was really the purpose of looking at how we could continue to support them, with also recognizing that absolutely, the purpose is to look at that planning time. So with the administrative support, if you choose to continue to look at that in terms of this proposal, there's really two different options there. There's the full-scale implementation where we put that support in all of our schools. But if that's not a possibility, we're really concerned about our highly impacted schools in particular. And those impacted schools are the schools where we have, for instance, special ed programs such as our ABS units, our ACC, ECC units, and the amount of intense time that requires of our administrators. All of that just to say that additional time spent by administrators, it does impact the ability of our principals to be the instructional leaders in the school and to support our teachers in their instruction. So again, that was the purpose in bringing this to the attention while we were in this process, but we'll certainly take your lead in terms of whether or not you want to separate that from this conversation. And it's not working, Julie. Okay, so the only other investment we talked about last time was our IEP block scheduling. And really what this entails is looking at how we can provide more time during the school day to support our IEP meetings. Currently, we have the ability at an elementary school to hold an IEP either before or after school. And many times those IEP meetings can be lengthy and can bleed into planning time that teachers have. So we're really hoping that we could give our schools the opportunity or the option, should they choose, to look at putting out a block of time each day, or not each day, as needed, to hold IEPs throughout the school day. For instance, they probably would be able to hold anywhere from 4 to 6 meetings in that one day, as opposed to just being able to hold one before and or after school. But the purpose of the roaming substitute would not be for the substitute to take over an entire class for an entire day. That roaming substitute would be in a classroom long enough for that teacher to be involved in the IEP. And then once that teacher came back to the classroom, then that substitute would move to another classroom to support another IEP. So again, that would just be something we would hope we could give our schools as a potential option to kind of free up some of their planning time. Okay. All right. So really, I think what we need going forward for our third reading is just a really clear pathway from you as a board of what it is we need to bring back to you to really help you support a decision. And again, we have all of these different sections. We have the daily planning time, we have the extended planning block, whether or not you want to include assistant principal or admin interns, and the IEP block scheduling. So with that, we just want some clear direction on next steps.
Okay, board, this is what I remembered from last meeting, and this may just save some time, because I think all of us went around and said we were team 60 minutes, or I thought most of us did. Is that true? Amanda, do you agree?
I don't necessarily recall that. I think a lot of us were waiting to hear back on how the various
Okay, everyone
options
else-
would impact brain booster
everyone else
teachers.
nodded their head. So do you agree or you don't agree? Because everyone else said yes, they remember that and they agree with that. So. Amanda?
So I don't quite understand. I know what
Well, I'm just
you're
asking,
asking.
are you in favor of 45 minutes or 6 minutes? I'm just trying to narrow.
If it ends up being the same amount of planning time for the brain boosters, I'm fine with the 60 minutes.
It's exactly the same
Is it the same
Yeah.
house?
The only difference between the two is that extra 15 minutes that we're hoping schools can put their recess time. They can attach the recess time to the end of or the beginning of the booster block, so that they're now creating a 60-minute block for teachers to plan, as opposed to just the 45, which would be the brain booster time.
Okay. Yeah, in light of that, that makes sense. I'm behind the 60 minutes. It's great.
Okay, the other thing I remember is that none of us were in favor of the extended planning block on Friday. Do you guys agree with that? No virtual. No virtual Fridays.
So no virtual Fridays.
No, what about the 4 days they wanted to add? Is that what you guys are talking about? No.
So we
no.
have the extended Friday option, which shortens the Friday. And then we have the virtual days that we discussed that we could add in addition to any of the other options.
Okay, so first of all, let's see. No virtual days.
Okay.
No virtual days.
Okay.
Okay, everyone is saying no virtual days. What about the shortened Friday so they have more time on Friday? No. Okay, yeah, no, that's a no then.
Okay.
No
Extended Friday.
no extended Friday.
Yes.
No extended Friday planning block.
Okay.
Okay. The assistant principal administrator thing, do we want that brought back separately?
Yes.
Let's Superintendent Robbins first
Just,
and then.
I agree in separating that. We've talked a little bit about that. I think considering the session coming up and WPU and just, you know, what we're hearing with revenues being down, I mean, there's a lot there to consider. It's probably, I'm just speaking for me, just trying to read the tea leaves a bit, is that it's going to be if this is possible, a combination of probably in-district transfers and maybe some funding, you know, and whether that's WPU or other means. To me, I just think we're really premature in, you know, making any inroads on this. I think we see the need, no question about that. I mean, thinking of especially, you know, some of the discussion we've had about a phased approach, you know, might be appropriate in our schools that are larger as well as our schools that have these units. But I think separate from what we're talking about now would be my recommendation.
Okay, so I agree because I think we're not going to be able to do anything until we know how much money we have, right? So I think we got to wait till after the session. Okay, Mr. Milliberg.
Alice, if you would roll back to your last one before it said questions.
To the IEP, the second to the last.
Investments.
How will?
How will we invest? So sorry, yes.
And I hope Amanda can hear me because she can sing. She can't hear me, but I'm swallowing my microphone.
One more. So toward the
I
end.
can hear you now.
I would like, as alluded to, can I use that term? Maybe that's a little soft spoken. In our study session, I would like to see some specific, measurable, and attainable goals as to what will happen with instruction for the kids.
Okay.
Because if we're not improving what's happening in the classroom and we're not improving education, this is just spending time and money.
Okay, any other board members? Mr. Edel.
So I'm not opposed to remove or separating the administrative support, but my concern would be kicking the can down too long. Because once we start the conversation, it's going to take us several meetings to discuss the conversation. And from my perspective, the administrative support isn't a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so I would be really concerned of us just kind of kicking that can down. We can only kick it down so far. We have a lot of principals that are being crushed, especially in our highly impacted schools, but even in our schools that aren't highly impacted, the weight that they have on them and their unavailability to their teachers, it creates a significant impact. I mean, with that, even like I have a Title I school that has a special unit in it. It has an assistant principal, yet they are both completely unavailable to their students because you took a school that was stretched and added a special unit to it. Now, I'm not saying that's bad, right? But I am saying that we have to address that because there's an impact right now, and then there's going to be a massive impact when they all leave. And we have just a lot of new principals with the same issues, but no experience now. And so I would just urge us to discuss it, even if we're not making a decision, so that when it's time to make a decision, we're ready to go instead of saying, all right, now we'll start the 4-month process of making a decision.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingy.
Yeah, thank you. So a thought I had in relation to the administrative supports and what superintendent said, you know, I think that's being very realistic, but you did mention that possibly in-house or, you know, transfer of assignments, which would not necessarily cost a lot. So what I would like to see as I think it's important to continue the discussion, but I would like to see maybe a proposal of what can be done instead of saying nothing can be done just kind of look at it maybe with that approach of what can be done and some sort of prioritization and a long-term plan maybe on that regard.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I, don't want to play Grim Reaper here, but remember, we're still in a budget contraction. So sorry. I'll say it for Leon. You're welcome, Leon. So yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot there so I think we can come back and with some ideas about, maybe what we can look at in-house first, maybe a phased approach that, we can get this done. Because I agree with everything that's said, and we know this is, critical to our schools and our principals side by side with the prep time issue. But I think we just, considering the situation we're in, really got to be methodical and thoughtful about how we do it and keep it in front. I also agree with Andrew, not kicking it down the road or minimizing the importance, but really trying to just be careful about how we go about it. So yeah, thank you, Nancy.
Okay, I do like the idea of a prioritized list. Working on that. Okay, Mrs. Oakes, then Mr. Milliberg.
I would like to reiterate some of what Ms. Nybar said with regard to the PlayWorks teachers. One of my concerns with what we're currently talking about is the probability of potentially having our kids in front of IT professionals that sometimes the feedback I've heard from some of the schools, especially when they're forming their land trust plans or their TSSA plans, is that sometimes it's really difficult to find qualified people for some of these positions. And so I don't necessarily want our kids spending a lot of extra time in front of instructors that might not be as well qualified as others. I think if we're going to do this, we're going to have to adequately fund it. And whether that means that we make sure that our brain, one of the things I keep thinking of is some of the librarians that have emailed us as a board expressing concern about the fact that if a secondary librarian comes in, what kind of difficulty that creates, and that it's kind of undermining to who they are as professionals. I think, again, this goes back to making sure that we have the brain booster technicians that are brought in and really talk to and discuss with, the various options we have. I am a big fan of giving our kids more of an opportunity to move at school. I've always believed that they don't have enough recess and enough movement. So if we can lean in that direction and see what that would look like if we use more PlayWorks, I think that would be great. Again, I am in support of bifurcating these two proposals because I do think they're separate, and I agree. I think we're barreling down really quickly to having to do additional truth in taxation with a tax increase if we're not careful. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milliberg. And then board, I want us to be thinking about, we've just eliminated two things, but what do we want them to bring back?
Yeah, I just want to say, Andrew, Mr. Edel, whoever you are, I fully appreciate your point on kicking cans down the road, but I would much rather kick a partial can down the road than kick the whole can. And I think we're getting really close when you come back with a third reading on this, that we will be able to make a decision and move forward with the increase in planning team for our elementary teachers. And so for that reason, I would like to split them apart so we can at least not kick the entire can, but just a portion of it down. But I also believe that we have some momentum on this for the administrative support that once we figure out the funding that the Grim Reaper brought up, we'll be able to move forward. Thanks.
Okay, let me ask one more question, board. How do we want them to bring back the IEP block scheduling and just Is there more information we want on that, or do we say no to that? Karen? Or-
I think it's an awesome idea. Being able to have IEPs all throughout the day would take the pressure off the special ed teachers and also the classroom teachers. And I think it would be make it easier even for our parents as they come in for their IEPs. And then we wouldn't be doing it every single day. You could actually spread those out so that they weren't a constant every day an IEP. Because with 4 ECCs over at Willow Canyon plus special ed, they have 150 of those. There aren't 150 days. We're not darn close. I mean, it's just no way that you can really get through all of those without impacting the classrooms. So I am fully in favor of finding ways that we can do it in block scheduling. I think it makes great sense.
Okay, why don't we just quickly go down the line? So Mrs. Tingy.
Okay, are we responding to this one piece of it? Okay. I'm in favor of that. And as I recall from our previous conversation, that is something that really each individual school could determine and schedule in, and it's not something we need to systemize, but it's something that we need to let them know it is an option. And I'm looking again at the proposed costs from last time, and I think it was $44,000 is what the estimated cost that might be. And so I mean, while that's a lot of money, and in some ways I see that as something very doable. And I don't know that we as a board actually even need to weigh in on that, because I don't know that there's policy or anything like that that is currently prohibiting that from happening, right? It's just maybe a creative solution to something as at an individual school level they could utilize and benefit from.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milberg. He's fine. Okay. Mr. Edel.
Yeah, I think it's great. Ditto, Nancy.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. And I think I agree with the policy, with the amount that's attached to it. I don't actually think you need our approval. And I think it's just smart to do it.
Okay, Amanda. Mrs. Oaks.
I think it's fine. And to leave it to the schools to decide, I think is great.
Okay, I agree with all my fellow board members. So I think, yeah, I think you guys can just have schools evaluate that and work on it without us.
I guess all I was saying is I mean, $44,000 is not at the threshold that the board really actually weighs in on. So I would.
The administration can. Administration can tell you guys to do it.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, my understanding is at this point, some schools are funding it from their school funds, right? And so I just personally, I think that's something that the administration and working with the schools ought to be able to figure out.
What do you think, Mr. Wilcox?
Don't want to interrupt, or I think we could find some means to do that. I don't think I think under 80,000 as we're purchasing bid process, I think we could, Steve texted me a couple ideas we can discuss offline, and I have a couple ideas as well. So we can, I think we could look at that.
Okay, so yes, we're in favor. You guys can move forward with that.
Okay.
Okay, anything that we as a board want them to bring back next time, or just more detail on the two things, which is daily planning time.
Can we get more specifics
That's all.
on what that looks like?
Yes, okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Sorry, I have some ideas on maybe some specifics. I mean, it sounds to me like the majority of us at least are leaning towards that 60-minute plan. So I think maybe just like a chart or something that talks or that shows maybe a sample day. I mean, we understand every school it's going to be, but what a sample day would look like, and what the number of minutes that or minutes or hours or however you feel is best for an individual brain booster content teacher, what their estimated schedule would look like. And then I think it would be helpful to have, I realize you can't do it for every school, but just maybe kind of some categories of schools, like small, medium, large, and like how many additional hours really that would take and how much that, kind of what level of disruption it would cause to their daily schedule. Let's see, what else was I thinking of it being helpful? Yeah, the planning time, and then, for some of those specific content areas that are common throughout the district, how you did like the library and things like that. But then also on the chart, kind of put estimated costs, right? Because I've been toggling back and forth with last time's presentation, but I think if we can get it all put together in a more specific proposal that is system-wide, realizing we can't make decisions school by school at this point. But those are my thoughts.
Okay, any other thoughts, Superintendent?
So just a thought on just what I'm hearing, this 60-minute seems like. So to me, the conversation with these, peripheral groups that are very critical to success, brain boosters, BTS, staff, that now that we have that direction, I think that's the feedback on the 60-minute plan is really where we're at. Instead of weighing in on, we've kind of been in the wilderness on all of these proposals. We hone in on, okay, this is kind of the direction we're going. How does this affect you? And, on a personal level, on a professional level, what does this do? And then I think that's the feedback. Then that we can really get specific about that and bring that back. Is that y'all okay?
Yes, that sounds great. Mrs. Nybar.
And I think Mrs. Oaks said she was in favor of this too. Could we just get the feedback of Playworks, what it would be like to increase that so that there's twice a week rotations? Because that would help with planning time as well. Just what the cost would be. Right? Is that something?
I don't really understand how that works. I mean, I don't really know what you're asking.
So if we were to do, if for rotations, they were to have two PE Playworks a week, that would provide more planning time for the main teacher to integrate with the other brain boosters. So what that would do, what the cost would be for that when we're talking about increasing, people are looking and confused.
Well, the only other question I have with that, and
What's that?
I know that in the past, our schools have been given the autonomy by their SECs and their BLTs to determine what those brain boosters are. I don't know. We can
So
do.
all schools do not
we would
have
just-
Playworks. Some do.
Well, no, they do. They all have Playworks. Yeah. But I think that there's some wiggle room, like with your BTS, you get to choose what kind of art form. I know we have the Playworks, but if we put in 2 rotations of PE, we have to take a rotation of something else out, whether it's library or STEM or arts. So
what I'd be interested in looking at and is to increase the physical education for our children, to have more rotations of that so that there's more planning time for the brain boosters, because that would give them more prep time for the other ones that need more prep time for their lesson plans. And there would be more time to integrate with the main teacher. But I'm not interested in taking away a special or brain booster from the
Okay.
school program.
okay.
I want to see what the cost would look like, even if it's, if we're doing it 4 days a week and we have 2 to PE, then we have 2 for the others. And then I guess you'd have to rotate it in, right? So they maybe necessarily wouldn't have.
That's, yeah.
Please come up.
It would have
Shorten
to
their-
replace or rotate so that they would lose time in their other brain booster, or it
Right.
would be a 5th rotation, which
Right.
means it would have to come out of literacy, math, intervention,
science, social studies.
Right. I,
Only so many minutes, right?
that's, yeah, and I know there is, I'd just be interested in looking at that and seeing what some creative solutions, but.
Can we look at that after we have the first part working and it's running smoothly, and then we assess, I'll get the right word, assess the successfulness of it and if there's an ability to tweak it, because I think if we add too many working parts, it all falls apart. So I think first we integrate just what was been proposed, but then we could look at it again, even in a year after they've done it one cycle. We can see how successful all of this has been and not nearly as stressful as they anticipate. And then we can see if there's a way, because I agree, we need to have more PE time, but I think it's a difficult thing to add now. I think it's premature. I think we can add more after because you can always replace a brain booster. That's not hard. And adding an extra one, we'll have to see if there's any wiggle room at all for that.
Can I speak to this a little bit?
Yes.
I think that this should be something that it can be partially addressed with the IT and brain booster technicians and whether or not they think that there's any creative way to do this, because similar to what Ms. Nybar said, I do think that it's likely that the prep time that our PE or Playworks teachers have is very different than the prep time that some of our other technicians have. And so I'm wondering whether or not there's some flexibility with their time and maybe they don't have to have necessarily a full 45-minute block to work with the kids.
That's what we've guaranteed for the teachers to have that planning time. So that's the.
No, what I'm saying is perhaps they're splitting it in some measure or portion with the other brain booster teachers, whether it's a BTS teacher or someone else, that it gives them a little bit more planning time that the Playworks teacher can take off their plate somewhat. I mean, honestly, if we consider that most of the recesses our kids have in elementary school are only 15 minutes, you can do something meaningfully with 15 minutes when it comes to movement and helping kids let off steam. And so I think maybe we need to think about the time that blocks that we have with the various brain booster experiences that our kids have maybe a little differently, and learn to apportion the time of our Playworks teachers perhaps more creatively.
Can I speak to that? I totally agree. I understand what you're saying, Karen, but I think when we're looking at this, it's most efficient to really look at it now. It's easy to say, let's look at that in another year. And I do think it absolutely has to do with getting more feedback from brain boosters. There's a lot of creative solutions. You could split a class in half and have half go to Playworks and half. There's so many different ways you could do this, possibly to increase physical activity, but then also help here's the thing, okay? I taught drama. My first year, I taught 4 different preps, and I didn't have a prep period. I had 4 different lesson plans. When you're doing music, when you're doing art, when you're doing some of these art classes, and it depends on, like, your art teachers, they have a different lesson plan for their first graders than they do for their 4th. So when we're increasing this amount of time that they're going to brain boosters throughout the week, but if we're not having enough prep time, that's a lot of stress on these brain booster technicians that are part-time, that don't have all the other added benefits. So absolutely, I want to do what's best for the primary teachers, but I just do think we need to have feedback, and I need to feel like we have looked and exhausted our creative outlets as far as what can we do? Is there a way we can get a win-win? So they have a little more prep time, and and the kids actually have a little more physical movement. And that we can do a little more with cross-curricular. So I'd just be really interested in having us look at it and hear some feedback and look at some creative solutions. Because maybe by so doing, we're going to help everyone.
Okay, so I'm going to have a turn to talk now. I am just against us. We have always allowed schools to choose their brain booster. So I'm not against adding more recess, but I am against us deciding as a board that they're going to have 2 Playworks. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's a school decision. But if more board members want them to bring that back as an option, I mean, we can do that, but that's my opinion. So anyone else want to bring that back other than Holly and Amanda?
So you're saying recess, but Playworks is different than recess.
I know.
Playworks
know
is
that.
right? So
Yeah.
I just want to establish, we're not saying,
No, but you're talking about movement. So I was just saying, I agree the movement is.
yes, yeah. Right.
Are there any schools that have 2 Playworks times? Not right now.
No, so we connect Playworks to recess, and that is more successful in some schools than in others, depending on the situation, the number of recess assistants, even just the playground in general. So the idea in a perfect world, the Playworks team is teaching the kids and now they'll have them every single week, which would be exciting. And then that gets reinforced and retaught and the games get played during recess. And so it's a nice common flow. The teachers know what the games are. So some of the teachers are incorporating the movement or some of the problem solving solutions from the games within their classes. But that requires, again, cohesion. And this is actually one of the reasons why we brought the assistant principals in with the planning time, because that system support with the principals and admin is what makes all these moving parts consistent and happen, and the follow through to make sure that the schedule that you put in place as a principal is actually being adhered to. That takes time and checking in. And, you know, we know that the teachers are the biggest impact that we can have on our students' outcomes, but the biggest impact we can have on our teachers' outcomes and their success is with the principals. And so all of these things that are logistical require consistent monitoring by an administrator. And that's one of the reasons why we brought it up with the planning time piece.
Okay. Mrs. Oaks.
Can I-
Say one more thing?
Yeah, I mean, and follow up to that, I totally see where you're coming from, Amber. But in all fairness, until now, it's not like they would have had many windows of time to be able to have more Playworks. Now that this is going to be an option, like it's very possible that some of the schools would like to have more of that. And so I think we need to open it up to the schools and to the teachers locally and get some of the feedback with this on the table as a potential option. Do you know what I'm saying?
To have a 5th Playworks or to have 2 of the 4 be?
To have a second Playworks and somehow use that to manage the prep time for their other brain booster teachers, whether it's for a BTS teacher or a STEM teacher, you know, that has more of a need with their prep time.
Okay. We kind of need to move on. I'm sorry, you guys. But you know what? Amber, your department is super smart. I want you to think about this and you can try to bring something back for us. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's just getting some feedback from principals. I don't know. But we have some other important items that we've got to move on to.
So to
And we're not
summarize,
voting on this anyway. So go ahead. Yeah.
We're bringing back feedback from educator stakeholders, licensed and ITs on the impact of the 60 minutes and the more specifics that Nancy mentioned around typical schedules, hours, costs, and getting a little bit more specific with the categories of the schools, knowing that there's still some individual nuances.
Yes, that sounds perfect.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Don't forget MONTS. Measurables, SMART goals.
I have it starred. How could I forget? MONTS, measurables. Thank you. I'll even put another box around it.
Okay, we are going to go on to item B, which is employee daycare proposal. This is second reading, possible action. Steve Diamond, Director of Human Resources, will present.
Thank you. So this is an update on what we've already talked about from some of the questions that you were interested in. So just as a quick review, as we looked at and we sought survey information as to where areas were most wanted, Corner Canyon was the first choice at 101, Hillcrest 87, and then if you combine first and second, it was for Jordan High School. Let's move on to the next one. So one of the questions was how many high school students are involved in the ECE preschool program? We have those listed. Brighton High School actually has 87. Jordan High School with 62 are the most, and then Hillcrest with 40. The other question was, how many preschool students are at the high schools? And let me differentiate. There are two different types of preschools that we operate in the district. We have preschool that is through the early childhood education program with special education, and there's approximately 850 students who are either in Title I special education or community who are part of that. This is not part of daycare. It's completely separate. So if we look at the preschool students, we have at Alta 18, Brighton, there's 9 students, Corner 6, Hillcrest 6, and Jordan, there's 12, but out of those 12, 4 from the community and 8 come from the current daycare program. So there's not a whole lot of young students or preschool students in our preschool program. We also looked at what is the capacity for each of the locations. Thank you to Matt Wolford and his crew for going out and measuring for us. So we have listed, I also put down a 90% enrollment so that we have some flexibility. So at Alta High School, we could accommodate 26, Brighton 24, Corner 27, Hillcrest 27, Jordan. If we include the ECE preschool classroom, that would take us to 52 from 31. And then, which would help us increase. The other question was, what was our enrollment criteria? So this is what we are proposing. Basically, priority 1 is you teach at that school and you have a sibling already in the daycare. Priority 2 is that they are enrolled as a full-time student at that school. Priority 3 would be a teacher or an ESP not at the site, but would have their child enrolled full-time on a contractual basis. Priority 4 would then go to part-time, that they would like their child to be there A day, B day, but at that they have to share a full-time slot. 5 would be with the grandparents of a child who or guardian within the district on a full-time basis. A lot of this has been used before in the Davis School District. So this is mirroring a lot of what they've already done for the last couple of decades or decade. 6 would be part-time sharing a slot. 7 would then open it up to the community for patrons. So if there are available slots that we haven't been able to fill with our employees, children or grandchildren, it would then open up to the community. What we're recommending is for Jordan High School that we take the current ECE preschool CTE classroom and expand the daycare center into that area. There's no cost change. We don't have to remodel. So based upon your last conversation and last board meeting, the presentations that we're doing tonight is trying to find ways that we can bring this forward, start the program at basically no cost to remodel buildings. So this would increase 20 students. We need to hire some additional staff, but that would be funded by the fees that the people pay. That would be for next year. Possibly for next year would be either to bring on one other school or 2 schools over the next 2 years. Corner Canyon had the highest number of interest, then Hillcrest, the 27 and 27, but it would not include infants. It would be for potty age children from 2 to 5. Part of our problem is those 2 rooms are fairly small, and we would have to do some remodeling to provide a sleeping area for infants. And so at this point in time, we're not suggesting that we do that. One of the things that makes me concerned about moving forward is what do we not know going into this? So it's trying to make certain that we are very consistent and knowledgeable. I met with Deb, who is our manager at Jordan High School today. She ran a daycare center with 150 students. She is more than willing to help us work through our issues. And so I greatly appreciate her and her willingness to be able to help us bridge those gaps. So bringing on Jordan would be a definite, I would suggest. Then it would also be looking at, do we bring on one, do we bring on two, or do we suspend that and go the following year? For 27-29, then bring on additional schools, possibly one per year. Alta High School, Brighton. Brighton High School is the smallest classroom that we have, so they would only be able to accommodate 24. But it gives us at least about 150 spots once we were to expand to every high school. That would be a huge benefit and a retainer for our students, like I mentioned before. I had a teacher who had to quit teaching because she could no longer afford the childcare. Speaking with Deb this afternoon, it is very common for an infant be anywhere from $1,800 to $2,500 per month out in the general community. Extremely expensive. Now to the future and to infinity and beyond, possibly looking at for Jordan High School, doing a mirror existing childcare across to the west of the current facility so that they would take over part of that wing, but they would share then the play area. That saves us $60,000. We don't have to build another one some other place. But even with that, the remodel, because we'd have to move some other classrooms to other locations, you're looking at $1.5 million for that. If you were to include in the Career and Technical Education Center, a pure daycare center, or with kids coming in, you're probably looking at $2.25 million to be able to build out a space of about 2,000 square feet. But that's to infinity and beyond, because you have so many different needs with the district right now financially that we tried to do whatever we could to be able to support this idea, but do it with as little cost to the district as we could. Any other questions?
Okay, questions, board. And then Steve, there was a reason we put it on tonight's agenda because there's a little bit of a time
Frame with, because of having students to sign up for the early childhood education, if we could at least have one school, if we had one location or two locations nailed down, then we could push the other things off to future years or to a future or to bring on, if we just said, okay, let's bring on two this coming year and then one each year after that as we come along and make certain that we have everything in place.
Okay, so board, there is kind of a little bit of urgency that we need to make a decision tonight. So, questions? Mr. Millwork?
Hey, thank you for your work you've done. Yeah, that camera.
That camera, you can't see you.
It eclipses me. Steve, I appreciate the work you've done on this, and I think it's something that would be very valuable for our employees. Just my opinion. In a business model, first thing you want to do is nail it, then scale it. And so I would be in favor of starting with one, and after we get the bugs worked out of that, then scale it in other locations.
And with Jordan already being partially operational, if we did that one, that at least adds 20 more kids.
It looks a lot like the nail.
Yeah, then we can, so.
Okay, other board members, Nancy?
Thank you. I agree that we need to move forward carefully on this, but I think, so just tell me, I mean, to Mr. Millerberg's point, we've already been operational at Jordan. So even expanding at Jordan, it would be doing what they've been successful at, right? So really, in my mind, kind of the next step would be putting one more school online. Do you see that? And you're recommending Corner Canyon be that school, right?
Based upon
On
the numbers and
interest
the
level,
interest coming
right.
back, yes.
So it's my understanding that, yes, there will be staff that will need to be hired because it's a full day program, right, for these youngsters, but that there are high school students that sign up for a CTE class that would help out with the daycare, with the E
Correct.
ECE.
So that's part of the issue, is making certain that we make the coordination with CTE and the daycare director to make those arrangements. The students, the high school students aren't replacing staff. We'll have the staff to meet all of the ratios, but we'd have the students come in to help teach the preschool lessons. Our goal is to help our high school students be able to become certified by the time they graduate, where they could be able to become a director of a facility once they turn 21, but they could be a director or assistant at 18.
Okay, and so, but also what you're saying is these programs that you've outlined for each of the high schools and what the capacity would be. Without infants, you're seeing that it wouldn't require any additional facility costs. right?
Correct.
So I'm personally in favor of going ahead and expanding at Jordan and also reaching out to the Corner Canyon community. I think, I don't see that as too big of a stretch at this point, and then see how that goes. And then I think it would be important to bring it back to the board before maybe moving on beyond there.
Okay, any other board members want to speak to this? Mrs. Nybar?
I'm sorry, I was getting some clarification on a slide. Could you repeat your suggestion? Yes.
So what I was saying is I'm comfortable with going ahead and expanding what's already happening and being successful at Jordan High School, and then bringing and opening up the options at Corner Canyon this upcoming school year, right? So this fall. And
Okay, do
because
you want to
it's
make
my
a motion?
understanding that, oh, well, I'm okay making a motion, but I think there's still some clarification discussion on this.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar, again.
So my one question, I saw that Corner Canyon was really popular to start this program. And I know we're going to give priority to the teachers in that building, but my question is, how many of the ones, there was 100 and something that voted, that said they want this location, how many of them are already going to Corner Canyon and teaching there? Because I'm going to tell you my concern, the traffic patterns there are it's very, very congested. And we have neighboring communities all the time that they will reach out to Draper City, and we're working with them and things with all the homes that are right there. So if it's going to be people that don't actually work at Corner Canyon, we're adding more traffic coming in.
And
So I would assume hopefully it's teachers. Can we find that out?
At the moment, I don't know. That wasn't part of when they responded. We'd have to do the actual enrollment, but we're looking at 27 individuals that the facility could handle. And so 27 additional cars, I don't think would be much of an impact, especially if the drop off is going to be back by where the normal drop off is, will probably be in a different area. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'll call for a motion if someone wants to make one.
Yeah, yes, you did put this on the agenda as possible action. So I would like to make a motion, and before I get the motion wording out, I just wanted to recognize that on the one slide, you recommended for the 24 to 26 school years, Corner Canyon and Hillcrest. And I realized that I'm thinking I don't want and/or.
It's an and
Yeah,
or.
and
It
or.
all came down to what can we actually do? What do you feel
Right.
comfortable with?
So I guess is what I'm saying is rather than my motion be specific to Corner Canyon, even though I think that is where we ought to look first because of the community interests from your survey showing that. But I think it would be fine, and I'll kind of word the motion so that it can be the and or as you proceed forward and get a little more solid on what really the interest is and what it would mean. So with that, I will make a motion that we approve the proposal to expand the ECE program at Jordan High School and to proceed with opening up ECE program at Corner Canyon and or Hillcrest High School.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, see no discussion. I will call for vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any- Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much, folks. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful
Steve.
night, and everybody please drive safely.
Yep. Great job, board. That was amazing. I love it. Okay. Let's go on to the next item, which is strategic plan focus group, high quality learning. Dr. Amber Roderick Landwehr, Director of ISD. She wants to come up again.
I'm so excited to be here again. Hopefully we can move through this pretty quickly, and if there are additional questions or thoughts, we can get to them in our ongoing committee meetings and updates. So just really quickly, I'm just going to walk you through some of the discussions and conversations that we have had and the progress that we have made as a committee over the last couple of months since our previous update. So I'm just going to update you really quickly on our conversations related to the differentiated diploma, STEM progress that we've made, arts integration progress, as well as the technology observation. Are you moving me along on time okay. Okay. This is like a game. I have to speak before she changes to the next slide. All right. So differentiated diploma. We talked about that last time, and there was a lot of discussion. And as the High Quality Learning Committee took the board comments back to the committee, we really decided it was time to put a serious pause on bringing this back to the board until we can take time to really study, evaluate our purpose, reimagine what the differentiated diploma can look like in conjunction with the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar and our personalized learning framework. I made the time. Look at that. STEAM progress. This is one of the big priorities in the strategic plan. As a committee, I just updated the group on some of the things that have been happening as highlights. Certainly, this is not exhaustive, but some things that are really exciting because it's really highlighting the area that we have seen the most need, and that is in our elementary schools. We wrote a grant last year, which allowed us to put in a lot of equipment and things in our elementary schools. So first, we were able to shift our FTE in ISD to be able to prioritize hiring a STEAM specialist for the elementary level who can really help us focus in on that integration and that work. The grant allowed us to provide equipment to be able to provide STEAM nights in our elementary schools. We've already had over a dozen schools implement those. And what you see here are some pictures of our principals getting trained in the experience so that they can go back and start building those nights. We have many more scheduled for the rest of the year. So that's exciting to be able to build awareness of a STEM culture. We also have been able to secure some funding and some professional learning for teachers to provide coding clubs after school in our elementary schools, and that is picking up every month, so we're excited about that. We also were able to purchase elementary and middle school makerspace equipment for all of those middle schools. So 7 of the 8 have taken the equipment, built it in, started integrating and using that, and then we strategically chose 5 elementary schools to start that work this year, and then we will expand to all elementary schools over the next 2 years. And then we also set aside some money from that grant to be able to start an in-district STEM endorsement program targeted to our elementary teachers so they can earn an endorsement, get some really in-depth professional learning and credit to also get an education enhancement and a specific endorsement. So exciting things there. And then with arts, next slide, Julie. Thank you. Is it going? Many of you had mentioned this as some low-hanging fruit to really jump on in terms of making progress in the strategic plan, and that was building in arts integration lessons into our instructional guides at the elementary and taking advantage of the opportunity that we have with the new ELA program to really think comprehensively about that integration with those works. And so that was put in place for this year, which allowed us to have time with every single elementary teacher during our district day in August to highlight these lessons. And we're pleased we can, track the hits and we're able to see that they are being used and teachers are asking questions, which again is a baby step, but actually I wouldn't even call it a baby step. It's a lot of progress from where we were. So we're excited about that. We also were able to, out of the gate with our new employees at New Teacher Orientation, we have them for about a week. And we were able to start with arts integration and dedicate some time to what that is, what that looks like, so that they start out as brand new teachers knowing that this is something that we expect and want them to be able to spend time integrating. So that was a big structural shift that we're excited about as well. And then on to the final update. And that is talking about technology. So as a committee, we talked about just the ongoing feedback that we are all getting around technology use in our schools. And so we had the idea that it would be worthwhile to do some direct observations in our high school classrooms and really assess the level in which students are engaging in devices, what their engagement was, whether or not it was aligned to our best practices, so that we could have another metric to determine what's happening in the schools and where we can move forward in conjunction with, as Dr. Robbins mentioned earlier, some of the data that the IT department has provided in terms of that use. So in December, we were able to get into all of our 5 comprehensive high schools. We observed 140 classrooms in total. This was the MTSS administrators as well as all of the secondary specialists in ISD. We worked with a random list to make sure that all content areas were covered and all grades. So it was a pretty good cross-section of every single school. And in those observations, as you can see here, the students used technology in the observations done. We witnessed it being used in 60% of the classrooms observed, and then 40% it was not being used at all by students. And then some other things that we observed. We looked at the estimated time that was spent on technology during the observations. So most of our observations were about 15 to 20 minutes. And so again, it was an estimate, not a precise metric. We weren't necessarily timing with a stopwatch. So this is an estimate. But during those observations, 45% of the observed class time, teachers were using technology, and the primary tools that they used were a projector and their laptop. During that observed time, 26% of the time observed, students were engaged with technology, and the tools that they were using during that time was primarily Chromebooks and Canvas. So those were the 2 primary things observed most. I'm assuming you'll stop me if you have questions. I'm just going to keep going. All right. Thank you, Julie. One of the things we also wanted to assess, again, we hear a lot from our parents and a lot of our students were on screens so often. So we looked at our screen time guide in terms of that healthy diet of screen time and looked at how much time was used on technology and whether or not the time on technology was active and high learning value versus passive and low learning value. And we were really pleased to be able to observe that in the classrooms that use technology, 59% of the technology being used were activities that were active and of high learning value. So that's the vast majority. So we were really pleased to see that. And then we also added, because cell phones have been talked about in varying meetings across our district and with our stakeholders, we also added a component of the observation to assess and observe, or try to capture rather, how often if students were using their cell phone and if we could tell why and whether or not there were already policies in place to support those routines. So in all of the classrooms observed, at least 1 or more students pulled out a phone at some time during the observation, so half of the students. But in all of the classrooms observed, 58% of them had either visible or it was clear that they had routines for cell phones, either because it was directed by the teacher or they had a process for correcting those kinds of things. We also noticed that in 70% of the classrooms observed that it was clear that there was either a policy related to technology use and devices or procedures in place. So kind of, again, that PBS piece. So that was also really exciting and I think a little higher than anticipated given some of the feedback we had heard. So we were pleased to see that. And I think that is all with technology. So just to let you know where we're heading next as a committee, we are going to spend some time in our next meeting looking at the progress for the strategic goal of personalized professional learning for our educators. We've made some progress there. We want to consider a metric for how we can track progress in STEAM and arts integration across the district. And we'll be spending a lot of our time studying and reviewing a draft for Canyon's PCBL framework. So hopefully we'll have some exciting conversations at the next HQL update. Questions?
Okay, thank you. That was very speedy. So it was on 1.25, I think. So anyway, any questions or comments, board? Mrs. Tingy?
Sorry, just a quick question on the slide about 59% was active high learning value, which I get is kind of, would be top priority, but there's also the passive high learning value.
Yes.
Do you have any statistics on that?
I do, but we did a conversion to look at the percentage based on those using technology. So I can tell you that the passive high learning, it was 11% of all of the classrooms, but that would be a higher percentage if we were just looking at it in the classrooms that use technology. So I'd have to do the conversion. I don't have that in my head.
Okay,
But
but
I can
but
get
it
that
was
to you.
something noted because it seems to me like there's some value in
Yes.
that as well.
Yes, and that was the next highest category of the 4.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, board? Mr. Robbins,
So
sorry, Dr. Superintendent, whatever.
about Rick.
It's getting too late.
Yeah. Rick. I don't know why that struck me funny. I haven't heard Mr.
Sorry.
Robbins in a long time. Yeah, it's my dad. Amber, was there a sense, this has been great, just a really top-notch discussion in our committee, and I really appreciate your work on this. And the form and the template that you're all using, going forward, I think it's a great observation tool. Just, and not so much on the data, but was there any comments from your team or a sense of productivity versus consumption? Did you get any ideas of when you're saying the kids are on Canvas or they're on their Chromebooks? One of the things that we keep talking about in these margins of time, pre-class, fast finishers, between breaks, that there's a lot of consumption, right? A lot of, frankly, just horsing around on Chromebooks. And I think we worked hard to really emphasize, close the Chromebooks, actually talk to your neighbor, maybe write, a thank you note, read a book, whatever. Do you have a sense of what your team saw? I'm just interested more anecdotally.
So again, I think everybody was really pleased and proud of our teachers that we saw so much active, high value learning, which certainly there's some consumption in that because if they've been assigned and directed to read and research, but there was actually a lot of collaboration, very specific back and forth with the students who were still talking, not just talking to each other through their Google Slides or what have you. So there was a lot more than I think we anticipated or where the conversations in the community have been. So those things were exciting. There's still a lot of reflections. We haven't debriefed across everybody that was observed. So it's been in pockets because we finished up right before the break and then we had to work quickly to analyze the data last week. So I can certainly bring more details back to you, but overall, I think that they were pleased with the productivity level. And I can ask more specifically within the productivity in terms of the categories, how much they estimated was consumption.
Okay. Yeah. I just think in light of the governor's letter, our discussions about cell phones, I think continuing to establish, and I'm just speaking for myself, that during class time, we expect cell phones to not be the biggest player in the room, right? And hearing from our teachers and our students, we know, at least for our high school kids, for the most part, cell phones are an important part of their lives. They just are. Their functionality during the day for a lot of our kids, that's an important piece. However, we also recognize that during class time, they really need to be put away, turned off, And so that balance and just supporting our teachers, it's exciting to see those numbers that, you know, we really tried to make this a local issue and a site issue. And I think it's important that our teachers, our schools understand. The board and I, we support them in these measures and how they determine what's best in their classroom. And we heard from students in our advisory council talk about, you know, it's really not a cell phone issue, it's an engagement issue. And so I think just really reiterating that support for our teachers to develop as they look at this our TPAC, you know, model here, that they do have great support in determining what's best in their schools and their classrooms. And that's exciting that they're actually getting those up on the board. They're making that routine, that they're making that our culture. So anyway,
I think that's a good point. And we're, like I said, we just scratched the surface with the data analysis to get it ready for today. But I've even wondered along those lines, Dr. Robbins, if we had more cell phones being pulled out in our classes without technology than with, but we haven't parsed it out down to that level yet. Because again, like with engagement, looking at those various aspects, more just curious.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
This was a huge undertaking, first off, and I'm so grateful that for all the work that you've done, and I really appreciate this data. And I think the next steps, what's exciting is to go and formulate some goals, right, surrounding this. And as you were presenting the data, some things that came to my mind is when we look at our you know, our 5 things we want, like kids to be collaborators and impactful citizens, and what that looks like in an engaged classroom, kind of like what Dr. Robbins was saying. What does that look like in an engaged classroom?
Yeah.
And if we are creating those experiences, you know, naturally, sometimes those cell phones are put away if we're in a group project, right? Or we're quickly looking up something, but it's useful, it's being used as a tool. Recognizing that we are teaching our kids to be college and career ready, and phones and technology will be part of their college and career, and so using it responsibly. So I'm excited to looking forward to what are the goals that we're setting to make sure, you know, when you look at just the other statistic, I think that was important is that, you know, it's like half the time they're on technology in the classroom. And is that what it should be?
A quarter of the time.
Or it was 45% observed class time, primary tool used, right?
Technology was being used, but then the actual time was 26% of the time.
Oh, 45% of the time it's being used, but only 26% of the time students are using it.
Right, that they're on it. So in 45% of the class.
So, but the 45%,
the teachers.
but
the
right,
teachers,
but
they're-
still, if the teacher's using the laptop and they're doing Google Slides and a presentation, that is not collaboration with students in a group communicate. It's lecture slide, more
Could
of a listen situation, right? So next steps, right?
Yep,
Awesome.
exactly.
Love it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. I will say I was very pleasantly surprised when I saw this. So thank you. Thank you so much to your team for working on this and really good information for us.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is long-range planning, the 4th reading, possible action, and Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, will present this.
Appreciate Amber's presentation on technology. I've been texting my boys to actually get on technology and submit all their Canvas work before the end of the semester this week. Appreciate Holly bringing up math, because that is what they're missing is math assignments. And as their old man is an accountant, that really hurts me. That really gets to me. So go through this as quickly as we can, as quickly as Julie wants us to, actually. On board docs, you know, we have purchasing bids, but we've tied them to this long-range planning. So if we approve something, we're to ask you to approve these purchasing bids out there. They may need to be adjusted based on what option, if we select an option, what one you do select. Again, there's MHTN for Jordan High and Eastmont, their design. B&A Consulting, they are an electrical engineering company. They have we would like them to do the Jordan High Auditorium, the sound and lighting and AV. And then Core Architects are the ones who, name's gone through a couple different iterations, but they're the ones who originally built Corner Canyon High. So we'd ask them to do their design there. Small capital projects. We took out the fuel tanks. We put them here. So we do plan to move forward with those this summer. So you'll see a bid coming later from them. Talked about Alta's gym, Ridgecrest roof, Oak Hollow's carpet. We spent some time at Jordan Valley. There are a couple of vestibules there as part of the listening tour that I'm so confused. I don't know if it's Rick or Dr. Robbins now, or Mr. Robbins.
It's Rick, okay?
Mr. Robbins. There's a couple of vestibule doors in the preschool area there that would really help out if we could put those there. Badge access, again, we don't have those anywhere else in the district, but of course, Jordan Valley is a little unique that way. So we look at putting those there. We have another slide on Jordan Valley coming up. Those estimated totals is about $3.5 million. Important to note that we've also got a grant, the safety and security grant from the state. We get $2.6 million from that. We have about 2.5 years to access that to look at. We'll be looking at card readers, cameras, and emergency notification. Okay, and those. So then you can see some other projects we'll look at summer 25. I went through these next couple slides. Last time just left them in there. Again, last year's Register My Athlete based on each school. This is for the girls. This is for the boys. Comp cheer was in the last one. Football's in this one. Again, we went over the square footage for each school. I'll always look at the October 1 enrollment. That's how we get funded. Then we also projected out. Again, it's always tough to project out 5 years on enrollment, but we do see the trends in this area based on our trends of our elementaries and kids moving up. One area you did request that we get information for is athletic area square footage. It's always a little difficult because we're trying to compare apples to apples, team rooms versus locker rooms and everything across. You can see, Alta's main gym, very large. So, they have the most square footage there. Hillcrest and Brighton, relatively close with, the field houses. We put the turf area and the upstairs area, if you will, in each. And then, of course, Jordan is the smallest there, as you know. So, won't spend a whole lot of time going over that, but you can see what we saw that got there. So, we'll go to the next slide. Jordan Valley, again, we talked about the vestibule doors. We'll try to put in 2 of those. That will help contain some of the students as they go, working, as they go throughout the building there. I think we do think that's going to help. Badge access and ADA access, we'll look at that grant we got, the safety and security grant, and put those on. I should note, these are ideas or suggestions that the teachers, the staff there brought up in the listening tour. The 4th one down, lighting and sensory rooms. We think we can have an idea of how to upgrade those within the lock area and the locks on these sensory doors without really much costs there. The big one would be the equipment. Well, 2 big ones, the equipment and the pool. The pool, we had problems last year. We'll really admit that it was down over half the year. This year it's been up all but 1 day. The pool would be very expensive to try to swap out and put a new one in. Don't have a cost estimate on that. We do feel like, as we talked with Stacy, the principal, they do feel like their equipment needs are being met. But as she talks with her staff, we'll see if we can address those as needed. One thing that they did bring up that's really not going to be really feasible is the ceiling heights. Their ceiling heights are the same as any of their classrooms, school classroom, 9-10 feet. I guess, sometimes they have kids throw, objects that get stuck in the ceiling tiles like these, and, or they'll climb on millwork and maybe push the ceilings. But as far as raising the ceilings, that's really just not a feasible option there. Should be noted, about 10 years ago, we did about a 2-year upgrade at Jordan Valley where we did upgraded the restrooms, the changing areas, the classrooms, the lighting, all new carpet throughout the building. So we have done some there, not too long ago. We'll move on to the priority items here. We'll start with Jordan High. Instead of giving another document, I just listed them all right here. So you can kind of pick and see what we're looking at, but pick and choose. If you wanted to go higher than this, we'd get with Bruce and come up with more ideas. The priority number ones, are that 13.5 million, the field house, the auditorium, more parking for at the old Johannes site, the black box theater, commons wayfinding, that would be a year from now, summer 25. The bleachers, you heard a couple students mention the bleachers, we'd replace those. That's the gym bleachers, and scoreboards, field irrigation. So a lot there, 13.5 million. I really think the next top two need to be priority ones. One's the locker rooms. They really need to be upgraded. That really should be, that was one of Bruce's big ones. That really should, because we had to have a cut line, we put those at a priority two, but they're really the top one of that. And to me, they really need to be upgraded. And as Steve mentioned in his, if we want to look at expanding the daycare preschool, opposite side of where it's at now, that's about $1.5 million, as he mentioned, to do that, because we'd also displace a couple CTE classrooms. So that's something that you could look at. We'd look at if you wanted to go down that route where we're essentially double the number of kids. So we're looking at going from 27 now, 52 next year, no cost. But if you want to get up in that 100 range, that's what it would cost to do that, to double that size, okay? So we could pull that out or add that in, however you want to proceed with that. Here's Eastmont. On Eastmont, I really feel like we got to focus on the classrooms where the kids are most of the time. Yeah, tomorrow night we have a little open house for our Life Skills Academy at the old Crescent View building. And they're occupying 6 classrooms. And what we've done is gone in there and made upgrades to those 6 classrooms. We haven't upgraded the hallways, the same carpet, same lighting. That's not great in the hallways and same everything, but we really focused on the classrooms where the kids are. And if we're going to do that at Eastmont, that's where we really got to put the money, is in there. So it would be ceiling tiles, it would be new carpet, lighting, some finishes, AV, focusing on the classrooms there. And then you can see going down the list, we got to replace the roof. We're doing tests. We should have those back in 2 weeks on the groundwater. What we need to do there, we think we got to put in some French drains. That will fix the problem. Again, we really haven't had a water issue there this year. We got to replace the gym floor, the elevator, their locker room, restrooms. All those add up to about $12 million. Because you really got to, if we're to move Eastmont, I think it's going to cost that. That's a minimum, I think, to really do that. To move Eastmont is that $12 million there. Again, a couple of those things, the vestibule and the admin and counseling would be summer 25, but a lot of those other ones would get going in June. Oh, sorry. Here's the 2 other ones, Corner and Hillcrest. Again, repairing the soccer field with just grass and adding a vestibule is about 2.9 million. If you want it, then you just add ons to that. If you want to turf the soccer field, it'll be about 800K. The full softball field about 700K. The full baseball infield about 500K. And then of course the field house is about $7 million. All those added up is just under 12 million there. And expand Hillcrest's track from the 6 to 8 lanes would be 3.5. However, if you just wanted to do the turf and improve the track as is, keep the 6 lanes, it'd be about 1.2 million to do that. We do really need to look at doing that as a minimum this year. Again, that turf has been there since about 2010 and really needs to be replaced. So what I've done last time, I call it a max, a middle and a minimum, but I decided to change the terminology to large, medium, or small. You can I certainly don't expect the board to take one of these at face value. You could add things on, take things off, whatever you want. Basically, I tried to separate it out at 47 million, 37 million, and 27 million. Doesn't come out the exact those, but that was the thinking there. Again, it's up to you. We can run some quick numbers on adding things in or taking them out, however you'd like to do it. But but it would require, as we said last time, a truth and taxation hearing to fund these. And that would have to happen in August of this upcoming year. What that amount, we have the estimated amounts for these, but we still have operating issues as well with the inflationary increase and what we want to do with negotiations and everything. So that's a whole nother pot as well that we need to talk about. So as we go through that, just keep that in mind here. What I've done here is basically taken everything that I've shown you and put it right here. Jordan, that'd be the locker rooms, everything there on priority one, the locker rooms and the preschool. Eastmont, the same. I think Eastmont's 12 million on every slide because I think that's the minimum we're going to have to do there to get that school going. Corner, the same, and Hillcrest. I put the track there. So this would be pretty much everything that we've discussed. This would require us, we'd have to fine tune it a little bit, but roughly $39 million in lease revenue bonds. We'd have to issue those in the next few months. The tax impact on the average $650,000 home, around $40. We might get it down $1 or $2 below that, but for sake right now, I think we need to plan on $40. So that's the large, that tries to cover everything here that we've talked about. But again, we could add or take off however you'd like to do. Go on to option 2. Again, we'll call this the medium one. What I've done here, again, it's always up to you, but I've taken all of those option 1s and 2s of both Jordan and Eastmont, and then I've added a little bit more. Why is option 2 $1 million more on Jordan than option 1? Because I've added about $750,000 to do what other items there that you want to do. Would get with Bruce and his team and just expand the scope.
Not be up there also in option 1?
No, just additional money. Yeah. The biggest one here is giving them a little bit more, but pulling off the field house for Corner Canyon. I don't know if you want to go that route, but again, I just got to, try to start out, give talking points there. So that's the biggest thing there. And also Hillcrest track would stay the same, but we would replace the turf and resurface the track as is. So that's a medium. Again, Jordan Eastmont benefit a little bit more. Corner and Hillcrest, not so much. But you could add on, you add it back on, you're kind of getting back to that option 1, 2. So however you want to do it. And sorry, Julie. Option 3, this is going back to a small amount. What I'm doing here is I apologize for not spelling it out more, but I am just basically doing the option 1 items, pulling out the field house there. Okay. But everything else we'd do. Eastmont's still the same. Again, I think you got to put that 12 million in there. And at Corner, we're basically just doing the minimum grass and the vestibule on the soccer field, and the same, just the turf and the surfacing of the track at Hillcrest. Again, this would be the smallest. It would require us issuing in the range of $21 million worth of lease revenue bonds. Again, that tax impact is about $22 there. So we'll go to the next one. This it just gives an example of if we did, this would be close to the option one, issuing $38 million of lease revenue bonds. We would expect to be able to generate a premium off that. Again, rates have dropped, which is nice. That also impacts the premium we get. Amount of bonds you issue impacts the premium you get too, but you can see what, we'd basically have a small payment this year, about a $2 million payment in 25, and then roughly for 13 years, we'd have roughly a $4.1 million payment there. You can see that would be the blue line there. Again, the red line is bonds we've already incurred, for Glacier Hills and Peruvian Park. So this would just be adding on to that. And so that blue line where we go up in 26, that's why we need that tax increase there. So just trying to show that there. Go on. I just wanted to show our general obligation debt because questions about that last time. You can see where we're at. Again, the red is 2010 debt that we issued. The blue is our 2017 debt. We still owe, as of counting this year, about $395 million, which is a lot. After this year, we'll pay out about 29 million of that off this year. You can see it rolls off fairly quickly. That's what bond raters like to see. In the next 5 years, counting this year, 46% of our debt goes off. Then the next 5 years, 36%. Then the final 5 years, 18% goes off. About a year from now, we could look at refunding $25 million worth of bonds that we issued in 2015. That would be those two little red lines there. No pointer really doesn't work, but on 32 and 33, moving those up, if you will. So basically refinancing your home from 15 years down to 12 years, similar type thing. If we can get a net present value savings out of that, we'll certainly look at that, but that would be eligible to do that a year from now on that. So there's where we're at with that. I think that's the last slide. So again, I'll just, in closing, I'll just give you my option, my preference. If you go back to option one, I think it's right there. Thank you, Julie. We've as we've talked as a committee, as we've had lots of board discussions on this, I feel like this option one is our best option moving forward. I think it fixes the issues we need to fix at 4 schools there. I also feel like we're never going to get perfect equity. We're always going to have a band room bigger at one school, or we're going to have a stadium bigger at another school. We're never going to get there. But we try to provide the best options for our community. And I really feel like this does this. It is more debt we're incurring. It is more of a tax increase we're incurring. However, I feel like I'm not sure there's a big difference between $22 and $40. I'm not going to get into what that difference, that $18 difference is to me versus someone else, because $20 to me, I don't like saying, well, it's a Netflix subscription for 1 month or 2 months. $20 to me means something to someone else in the community. So, or one night out or 1 meal or 2 meals. I'm not into saying that it's $20. And so, but I feel like for that investment, I think it fixes a lot of the issues we have. So that would be mine. I feel like my mom, when she was always a big shopper, and she always liked to clothes shopping, and she'd always go on. She'd always say, well, I go to one store, try something on. Then I always go to 2 or 3 more stores and look at what they have. But I almost always, more often than not, I seem to go back to the first store and buy it. And so that's why I feel like, we feel like we needed to give you multiple options, but we do feel like option one, as Rick and I have talked, or Mr. Robbins and I have talked for quite some time. We do feel like that's our best option. So with that, any questions or comments?
Okay, any questions or comments? Okay. Yes.
So just a clarifying question, so I understand on the Jordan High Priority 1 and Top Priority 2, there's the 1.5 million that's set aside for expanding the daycare.
Yeah.
And in our discussion previously, it was my understanding that we could do phase 1 of expansion without facility costs, correct? So this would be in addition to what we have already
Yeah.
authorized
This-
happening.
I would look at this one, expanding it from roughly 50 kids, which we will do next year, to 100 kids, serving them. So this is what that would do. If we feel like the 50 kids is sufficient, that we can keep it at that and not do that. Of course, that is the, the preschool age, the 2 through 5, but would not cover the infants either at Jordan or at, or at Hillcrest or Corner, but that's a good point. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
we
I
went,
just want to clarify.
yeah, and that one would be at least a summer 25 or even a summer 26 type thing. We certainly wouldn't have time to do that one start on that one this summer. I think at Jordan, just clarification, would look at starting the field house. It's probably about a 15 to 18 month project for both Jordan and Canyon, Jordan and Corner, if we go that route. But we'd also look at the auditorium, the parking, starting the bathrooms, and probably the black box we would have to see as we get going on that. So these will probably take about 2 to 3 years, both Eastmont and Jordan will work through all of these here.
Okay, Mr. Edel, then Mr. Millerberg.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve funding in the following amounts. For Jordan High School, 21 million. For Eastmont Middle School, 13 million. For Corner Canyon High School, 12.8 million. For Hillcrest High School, 4.7 million, which brings a total of 51.5 million. As well as approving purchasing bids for the design services for Jordan High School and Eastmont Middle School. The purchasing bid for electrical design for the Jordan High School auditorium. And the purchasing bid for the design services for the Corner Canyon High School projects.
I'd like to second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And now we will have discussion to that motion.
Can I speak to it?
Yes, will you please speak to your motion?
For Jordan, the $21 million supports the priority 1 items, along with locker room upgrades and funding to expand daycare options. It also provides additional funding to address some, but not all, of the other priority 2 items as determined by the school, which may include items such as addressing issues with water pipes, special classroom expansions, vaping centers, AV updates, or other needed facility upgrades. The $13 million for Eastmont supports the priority 1 items, along with a needed HVAC control system upgrade for the school, which is currently outdated and problematic. The $12.8 million for Corner Canyon supports turfing the previously discussed fields, which currently have water retention issues and soil that is inhospitable to plant growth. It also supports a needed field house and a security vestibule. For Hillcrest High School, the $4.7 million supports returfing the field and expanding the track to the current standard of 8 lanes.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Millerberg.
I look at the 1.5 million for the expansion of the daycare. And while that would be an impact on the Jordan High School building itself, I don't think it's right that it should be included in this priority item. simply because I feel like that benefits the entire district, not specifically just Jordan High School. I agree that it needs to be done, but I don't think it's fair to overload what is showing is going to Jordan High. Second point I have is, and this is more of a question than a point, I assume that whether it's priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, your mama or Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear proposals, they will all require that we do truth in taxation. Absolutely. And I personally have a hard time supporting a motion that is in excess of what you propose as your first pick, being you are a financial guru in the district. And help me through Robert's rules on this one. Okay, but I would like to make a counter motion. Substitute motion. Do I do that now, or you don't have to vote on his first, or when do I do that?
You can do yours.
I can do mine.
You can do yours and see if someone seconds it, and then we'll vote on the substitute and then go back
The
to the original.
substitute motion would be to adopt option 1 as written.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt option 1. Do we have a second to that?
I will second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to a substitute motion for option 1. So is there discussion to that motion? No discussion? Okay, do you want to speak to your motion, Mont? Well, he already spoke to it, I guess.
I seconded it so we could have some discussion.
My discussion on it is, I think it's a hard play for the board to go over the top and spend more money than what was proposed by our chief financial officer of the district. Having spent the time he spent and knowing how much time I've spent on it, I have a tendency to trust your judgment.
Okay, any other discussion to the motion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Amanda.
Perhaps I'm just would like to ask Mr. Edel to help us better understand the additional asks he's given in that first motion.
Okay. Mr. Edel, would you like to respond?
Yeah, so I'll start with Eastmont. The additional funding on that, it was brought to my attention that they have an outdated HVAC control system, which impacts obviously both heating and cooling within the building. It was originally on near the top of the priority 2s for on the last list that was on there, but it doesn't connect with the rest of the district system, and is problematic for their system. So it's not a new item. It was just on their priority 2 list previously. And then for the Jordan items, it's a challenge, I think, to determine what was priority 1 and priority 2. I mean, Leon even tonight said one of the priority 2 items that he listed, really is a priority 1 item. And so, Leon's done a great job, but he said himself that these aren't packages to choose, they're starting points for discussion as we look at what our schools need.
Okay, thank you. I think Mrs. Tingy and then Mrs. Pedersen had their hands.
Yeah, thank you. While I appreciate that, I feel like that option 1 is, I feel like Mr. Millerberg, in that's your recommendation. I feel like this is such a struggle between being kind of frugal and being prudent. And I feel like this option 1 is prudent And I'm just wondering, Board, if there is something that, that maybe is further down the list, but there might be other ways over time to find the funding to fix things. And I'm just very conscious of the fact that we will be asking taxpayers for an increase. And so I'm not comfortable extending beyond this option one at this point for a total package cost.
Okay, Mrs. Pepperson.
Hudson. I just wanted to explain, I went over and talked to the principal over at Eastmont, and she was telling me that everything on the list she agrees with that's currently there, but if she had wishes, and it is a wish, it's not a requirement, but as we were sitting there talking in her office, the air conditioning came on and it's 20 degrees outside. The air conditioning system runs skiwampus all through the building. You're either too hot or too cold, and that's on the same day in different parts of the building. It would save the district money to be able to improve the controls, get new controls so that it matches the district system, and then the district could get it onto our energy saving program. Right now, it's doing its own thing, and I think that's pretty wasteful. Yeah. And so she just said if we could have, you have 12 here, and looking at it, I think it's only 800 listed, 800,000 listed ish.
I would probably guess it'd be close to 800 to a million.
Yeah. So we kind of rounded it. That's why we made it 13 for Eastmont. As far as Jordan, I would like Jordan to see as much as it can get, but I do want to be fiscally responsible. So I think the minimum is 17, and I'd be even content if we went, I don't think we need to go all the way to 21, but I want to go a little bit higher if you feel that there's enough wiggle room. Because, or does it matter? Because if we approve this amount, Stacy was also telling me that the water issue has not happened this year, and that may not be a cost, drains or whatever. She feels like the water that was coming out onto the floors was trapped between the asbestos and the old tile. And she's not seen a thing since ever, and you guys are going to be testing that as well. So that cost won't necessarily be needed. And you also mentioned an east vestibule. She doesn't care what's on that east side. It is what it is. And she said just the entry so that they have a way to see who's coming in would be helpful. So there's some cost savings, tweak room, wiggle room. So I don't know if we need to go up to accommodate for this HVAC problem, or if that could be included in that cost.
We could be close, obviously a lot of it's going to rely on that testing we get from the
does.
groundwater. I've thought the same thing there too. Somehow I think the groundwater in the hallways is connected to the groundwater on the gym floor, and we haven't had that
Yes.
problem.
Yes.
Again, speaking as an accountant, not an engineer, but there's maybe well, I mean, obviously, maybe you only put, I don't think their admin and off counseling is all that, problem. I think it has a pretty good flow right now.
Mhm.
There are some upgrades there, but
Mhm.
maybe you don't spend the full 1.1 million there that we've listed, and maybe you cut back and put it towards other areas like the HVAC. Yeah.
Okay, so you're
There-
saying
there-
there's the potential that if we
there-
don't raise the cost.
Yeah.
Right now, the
Yeah.
guesstimate, your really good guesstimate of what you think it's going to cost, we still may be able to address those
We
needs.
still may be able to, but I don't want to make promises.
Oh, I
until-
didn't say promise.
until we can
Notice
get
I
it.
didn't say
Yeah.
promise. I said guess.
Until and really, these are estimated costs until we actually get it's kind of like your home. You think it's going to cost something and you hope you're right until you get a contractor in there who will actually bid on it.
Well, and that's why I was thinking raising it up to 1 more million, That way, if it isn't going to be a cost, then we can go on further down their list.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
And then that's taken care of.
yeah, that's true.
Because I'm not so confident that we'll be back to Eastmont for a while. Once we get this done, we may be in a different place with district goals and we may not be back. We may, but I can't guarantee that we're going to be back in the near future.
As the people have said, Eastmont hit 50 years last year. It's 51 this year. It's up there.
Every 50. Yeah.
And so this is they came up with 33 million total in possible upgrades. A new school we know is going to cost 70 to 80 million.
Right. So we're still
And,
saving money ultimately.
We're trying our best to, put money there to make it comfortable and again, main thing that we talked about all night is educating our students, and that's
Right.
what
This
it
would-
comes down to.
All of this would make the comfort for the students and the teachers in the building it more safe, more comfortable, and more attractive. We may not be able to change the outside a whole lot, but we can make the inside more appealing and less dated.
That's what I tell my wife all the time.
Not attracted on the outside.
I can't change the outside, but hey, I'm gonna work on the inside.
Gonna work on these. You have a sweet spirit, right? Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
Okay, so here's a thought. First off, I'm really in support of giving Jordan the needed funds, right? Jordan is the school with all this heritage and has sat by, the Jordan community has sat by and watched us do, we built Corner Canyon, we updated Hillcrest and Brighton and Alta, right? And it really is their turn. What I like about Mr. Edel's proposal is I like that we're getting a few more of those priority lists talked about, so that are listed there, that we've also had patrons talk to us about, that I've gone and toured the school and heard about. I agree with Miss Pedersen about Eastmont. But I hear what Mont and Nancy saying about fiscal responsibility, so I have an idea. If you look at option 1 with Hillcrest High at 4.7 million expanding to 8-lane track, if we did the option 2 for Hillcrest, new turf and resurfacing the track, that's 1.2 million. So the savings is 3.5 million, which if you give that to Jordan High, that boosts up Jordan High to 21 million.1. And Andrew was asking for 21. Now, I understand that it would be, probably great to have Hillcrest have the 8-lane, and I'm not trying to take away from that community, but we did just spend a lot of money renovating and updating and, doing all the remodeling of Hillcrest. And when I looked at the square footage and everything, and I don't know, maybe the board members representing Hillcrest don't like that idea, but you were worried about fiscal responsibility. It gets the total the same as option 1, just gives a little more to Jordan High. So that's a thought I have, but I also would love to hear from our board president if I can, because she hasn't spoken and I'd like to hear her thoughts.
I will ask you think about if you want to make that motion. Okay, do another substitute motion. I actually am in favor of Andrew's motion as well. Like I want to give Jordan, we have spent a lot of money at all the other high schools. I want to give them more. I want to give Eastmont a little more. I mean, this is really the time to invest in them. And I'm afraid if we don't do it now, it will never get done. I mean, the legislature keeps cutting our money. They're not giving us more money. They're giving us less. So that's how I feel. I just feel like, yes, it's going to be maybe $10 more. What would 51?
If you go Andrew's motion, 51, I'll just use 51 if that's okay, Andrew. That would require us to borrow 43-ish million. That would be a tax impact around $44, 44, 45. So you're about $45 more with his motion than you are with, I'll say, Mont's motion.
Yeah, so 45 versus
Keep
40.
in mind, I'm gonna always go back, average home. Maybe 5 people in this district are average of the average home, okay? So you It's either above that or below that. But not, that's what, that's an average, right? So.
Okay, so thank you for asking my opinion, Mrs. Nybar. Anyway, okay, back to you.
Okay, so I don't want to propose the substitute motion to drop Hillcrest until I hear from the board members that represent that area. You're both the board members that said, hey, to be more fiscally responsible, we want because Nancy seconded it. So my question is, do you want the total for what Leon's proposed to be so much that you're willing and okay with doing the less amount to Hillcrest? Because I don't want to do the lesser amount to Jordan. But if you're okay with that, then I would make the substitute motion. Otherwise, I want to stay as the second to Andrews because I like that motion. So I want to hear from you, Mont and Nancy, please.
Mr. Millerberg. Sorry. Thank you so much.
You also need to realize that Andrew has a substantial number of people in his area that go to Hillcrest. So you may want to add him onto that list as well. And I appreciate your motion to eliminate the 8 tracks, the 8-lane track from Hillcrest. But if you look at the numbers in the discussion we had last time, and we talked about want and needs, Hillcrest is not able to host a track meet at their school. And if we build a 20,000 square foot field house at Corner Canyon, they would then have 10,000 more than the nearest competitor on athletic space. And so, I don't know if you'd like me to amend my motion and eliminate the field house from Corner Canyon, because that is a lot more than the $3 million it would take to put that tracking. But I feel like we need to have some equity going on through there, and I maintain that the 8-lane track is more of a need than it is a want, simply so that they can host their track meet at their facility. That would be the only school in the district not able to host it. And I will go back to my other argument from earlier. I think it is very, very difficult to face your taxpayers, even if it is only a $4 difference between option 1 and Andrew's proposed motion. I think it's hard to stand face to face with taxpayers and say, oh no, I know that our business administrator proposed this is the option that he would like, but no, we wanted to spend more of the taxpayers' money. I just can't get there.
Okay.
Just
Yes.
one comment on the Hillcrest situation. I know Leon's, we've had this conversation with Principal Levitt, but more than just the 8-lane track, the concrete, that concrete is original to when the school was built. And I think, we're probably going to be back there, whether you do anything with that or not. And as that concrete wears, it's already cracking and falling apart. Talking to Greg, I think that's becoming a more serious issue. And Mont knows, I mean, he understands the history of that building better than anybody. As you walk the track and the football, that area up on the sidewalk and down the steps, I mean, it's aging fast. And so
Concrete would have been poured in 1962.
Yeah.
Maybe 61 when it was under construction.
So yeah, so I mean, that encompasses that, I believe, doesn't it, Leon? We talked about
It fixes some.
some of it, not all the way to the top, but it would definitely get us in front of that problem.
Gives us we call it a brace, if you will. As we brace, we have to take out a couple rows and brace it up there. So
yeah, so
it will help, but
just to add to that. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so with our latest redistricting, I did get a portion of Hillcrest. And so I will say that I'm in favor of keeping that 8-lane track. And Oh, sorry, Mr. Edel, then
As I
Mrs.
have
Nymark.
Hillcrest, I just want to note that that was in my original motion.
Duly noted.
Okay, Mrs. Nymark.
Thank you so much. I appreciate hearing from all of you. And I do not want to make a substitute motion, and I want to stay with my second motion to Mr. Eddles. I do think that is best for all communities.
Okay, any other comments? Otherwise, I will call for a vote.
I'd like to say something.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
So I definitely can see the value and the importance of having an HVAC system updated at Eastmont. And it sounds like the real cost on that is 800,000. Is that correct, Leon?
Yeah, we'll go with 800 to 1 million. Yeah, correct.
Okay, so then an amended motion, or that first motion that Andrew gave, probably 13 million is accurate if you're going to fix the HVAC problem.
That would be our goal. Yes. Yeah. Again, all these
And
are
is it,
yeah.
is
Yep.
it true that we would be able to save a substantial amount in energy costs as a result of that?
I don't, years ago, we actually put in, Eastmont used to be an all electrical building. So we actually made that, for heating. It was all electrical for heating. So we actually, 7, 8 years ago, we changed that, swapped that out to a boilers in the building. And that has saved us quite a bit of money that way. You will save some electricity, but I don't think you're going to get the 800,000 back. It'd be several years to recoup that, probably 15, 20 years, I would think. Because again, it's only going to impact the air side of it. So not the heat side. Yeah.
And Mr. Edel, can you?
Doing what we did. Yeah. Go ahead.
And I still feel like I'm not clear. I know it was initially mentioned once on the first motion, but Andrew, can you clarify for us again which items you're wanting to add for Jordan exactly?
Yeah, so it would add some of the priority 2 items that would be determined by the principal. So he would prioritize those items for the final list.
Yeah,
But we don't have clarity on what those items are at this point.
I did list some of the priority 2 items. So some of the potential items may include addressing issues with the water pipes, which is substantial. There's certain classroom expansions, such as arts classroom, automotive classroom, which is too small, vaping sensors, AV updates in the choir room, or other facility updates, which have been listed on board docs for the last meeting, the priority 2 items.
Okay. And when were we to approve your motion, I'm assuming, I know that those are kind of some of the examples of priority 2, but we're leaving it up to the school to make a decision of how they use that money?
I wouldn't say that. I think there would be a committee with all of us, the architects, us as the district, Matt's team and Bruce's team to go through that list and finalize, basically $4 million more. How's the best way to use it? Andrew did hit a couple of things. A couple others would be storage, water pipe heating, which he didn't mention, the football press box. We're doing some things, but on the football field, but probably not the press box. We'd probably look at that as well. We could also look at possibly, updating the lighting on the football field. Andrew mentioned the vape detections in the building, so things like that. But there'd be a group of us who would decide what we would do there. Yeah.
And that's with an additional 4 million, right?
Yeah.
It's actually like 3.3, right?
3.3. Okay.
All right, 3.4.
So for me personally, I'm kind of with Amber on this one, like in the sense that I do think that the legislature is making it harder and harder for districts to be able to take care of their schools. Or a window of opportunity to be able to do that with Jordan may be closing. So I would be in favor of the first motion. I'm thinking of this in part because, Leon, of your foresight that has benefited our district so much by jumping on certain projects in advance of certain costs going up. I just anticipating in looking at what's happening geopolitically, both with China and in other areas, that I think that those costs are just going to continue to increase. So I would be in favor of the first motion rather than the second.
We do not see costs really going up, but we don't see them coming down. I think interest rates will keep them up, but because your workers are competing with other projects, which are harder to build. But to Amanda's point, we don't see them ever coming down. They're still, even with the demand has dropped with the interest rates increasing, prices are still up there. Yeah. So, and they could escalate in the future. We don't know that, but yeah.
Okay, are we ready for me to call for a vote?
You got to resolve option, the substitute.
The vote is on the substitute motion, which is Mont's motion, which is option 1. The board adopts option 1. So I'll try calling for a vote. We may have to do a roll call vote. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So I believe that was Mont and Nancy voted aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay. Nay.
Karen.
Yeah.
Mrs. Schill, Mr. Edel, Mrs. Nybar, Mrs. Oaks. Okay, now I will call for the original motion, which is, I'm not going to repeat it all, but I'll say it's option 1 plus, Jordan 21 million, Eastmont 13 million. And then the other two are the same, 12.8 for Corner, 4.7 for Hillcrest, the total being 51.5. He also read all the 3 purchasing bids. So it's for the 3 purchasing bids as stated. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 What did you say? Oh, any discussion to that motion? Okay, sorry, Mrs. Tingy, sorry, forget that vote.
So I want to just throw out this idea, kind of going, I know it's just a little bit, but that 1.5 million that at this point is designated for the district daycare. I'm just wondering if that could be put into that flexible allocation piece and reduce that total from 51.5 to 50 on that motion. I'm just wondering if there's just any interest in that.
Does that work?
I mean, because I think, in my opinion, I'm not sure about expanding the daycare, like basically quadrupling what it is now at Jordan until we've had a chance to open up daycare options at other high schools, because I see that as a service to each of those local communities that should be prioritized over the expansion at Jordan High. That's my opinion on that.
That would work. You still do those same things that Andrew mentioned, I mentioned, those would still be in play, if you will. We just would pull out that piece and not worry about that right now. Keep in mind, I think we've mentioned, we will have some ongoing funds to do other things that possibly at Jordan, possibly at Eastmont. But, we also have 22 older elementaries that we got to keep up as well. And transportation as well. So, so we may have some money to go towards these in the future, but it'll be tough. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I guess my suggestion is the net flexible that the motion is considering would remain the same.
Yeah, I think that would.
Take that out. Okay, the superintendent wants to say
Just one
something.
comment. I know this is a small item, but the vape detection, what about our settlement funds? I don't know what's the total to install vape detection in our high schools, but I mean, considering the money that we're going to get from the settlement, is that something we could?
Yeah, we've kind of earmarked that, to help support our counselors.
Oh,
and
other,
social work.
okay,
Yeah.
we're going more
Yeah.
personnel. Okay, just
I need to look, we really need to hone in on that because I know we did put some in at some schools. I don't know, if we may not have done it at Jordan, but I know we put them, well, I know when we built Brighton and Hillcrest, we did put in the vape detectors here. I think we put them in at Corner too, but
Okay.
they may not be there at Jordan.
Okay, Mr. Edel would like to speak.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, we vote on calling the question. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
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 Okay, that motion passes. So we are going to vote on Andrew's motion, which is, I'm not going to repeat it again. I've said it twice now. Okay, so all in favor of Andrew's motion. All in favor.
Can I ask a
Aye.
question real quick?
Oh, yes.
I
Uh,
actually
no,
appreciated what
No,
Nan.
you can't.
Oh,
Sorry, you can't ask a question. Once the
Oh, okay.
question's been voted on, you gotta vote.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
I
opposed?
Okay.
I'll abstain.
Okay, so Nancy abstained and Mont said nay. Amanda, did you vote? I just want to make sure. You said
did.
yes.
I voted aye.
Okay, you can ask a question
And-
now.
Sorry, I think until it's finalized or until we move on to something else, I can change my vote. I will change to support.
Okay, so Nancy did vote aye. Okay, so that motion passes. The vote is 6-1. Mrs. Oaks, do you want to ask your question now?
No, it's fine. I liked Nancy's suggestion about adjusting that with the daycare, but we've already voted and moved forward, so.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Now we are on to staff comments. Thank you, board. That was a great discussion and needed, and I'm excited that we have a decision. So, okay, staff comments, superintendent report.
Just in light of this vote, I want to say thank you to the board for your courage and your willingness to continue to support our students. It's a crazy world we live in, but it's a clear message that, as always in Canyons, that you're dedicated and committed to student success. And I don't know who's still awake listening, but I know our students, when they get this message in the morning, it'll be welcome. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wilcox.
I just want to echo Rick's comments. Yes. Thank you for your commitment to our students, our teachers, our staff, our communities. This is big for Canyon School District to get moving on this. I still put our facilities top against any other district around us. And I think this will just make it the gap even further around us. So we will be, lots of them don't like us anyway because of our facilities, and they can even dislike us more, but that's okay. It's not about them, it's about us and about our kids. So thank you. That's all I have. Please drive safe home tonight, everyone.
Okay, is board reports, but because of the late nature, can we please try to make them brief? And we're going to start with Mrs. Nybar.
Thank you for the great discussion. I'm really excited for our communities, and I really feel like this benefits students and the communities we serve. So I'm grateful for that. I'm not going to talk about the different events I've gone to with the hour and the weather, but I just wanted to say I really do support and appreciate the comments that were given tonight, that Corner Canyon is the only ACC program that does not have a school that feeds into it. I'd really love our board to really look heavily at that and consider and recognize what we can do to serve those kids that are the most compromised, to help them have a more stable social situation as they move through their feeders. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Edel.
I really appreciate everyone's hard work on the vote we just took. There's a lot of people who went into it. I appreciate everyone's comments, everyone's perspectives. I also appreciate all the discussion that we've had tonight. I think that this was a great way to start the new year, except for the late hour. So thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
I also will keep it brief, but I really do appreciate the process we've gone through. I know there were some of us that were frustrated that we didn't vote on this last time. But in the process of all of that, some of what's been identified, particularly with the security vestibule at Corner Canyon, I'm very happy that we've addressed that, as well as the needs at Jordan Valley. I think even though it was painful, and I'm sure that the Jordan community felt like they were being ignored, sometimes that time for deliberation and getting on the same page with each other is really critical. I also want to thank the administration again for the amount of time and effort they went into to see what was happening with technology in the classroom. I have a lot of empathy and personal concern as a parent surrounding this issue, and especially in light of what the governor has said. And I'm really eager and excited to see what else we can do to move the needle even further on that. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks. Mr. Milleberg.
Just a couple of things. First of all, we had the USBA annual convention starting Thursday of last week. I have to give a shout out to Sharice Hilton, to Suzanne Wren, and also to Cam Coffey. They presented at the USBA convention and did an absolute excellent job. Also coming out of the USBA convention, the Canyon School District was a recipient of the Master Board Certification Award. And I don't know exactly how many years we've done that now, but I'm thinking it's around 7.
I think so, but we have a plaque somewhere. Is it in the other room
And
or
so,
out
Rick,
there?
I would ask you to take that and put it someplace that's conspicuous. I do have individual certificates. We had 5 of our 7 board members earn the award this year. And so if you'd like to grab these, I don't want to take them home with me. Please come and get them. In order to receive the certificate that we handed to Rick, we need to have 75% of the 9 of us up here complete that. So we took care of that. Rick alluded to it earlier, I believe, in our study session. It was magic today to walk into Max Eddington's classroom at Midvale Middle with Superintendent Dixon with us. And I was very, very entertained just watching him. It's like a performance when he teaches, and the kids were so on target. There's absolutely no question in my mind why he was our teacher of the year. Absolutely an impressive teacher and a quality individual on top of that. The other thing I'd like to mention is kudos, shout out to Alda High School for hosting the unified basketball game last week. Yes, we had the first lady with us, and she's impressive, but she was nowhere near as impressive as the students from Alda High School that came to support it, that played in their band, danced in their ballroom dancing. I know I'm going to forget somebody like cheerleaders or something, but it was a major production, and I have to give real, honest to goodness kudos to them for bringing quality entertainment in with that. So it was not just another basketball game. It was an event. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Singy.
Thank you. And yeah, I appreciate all the great discussion that the board has had, and not only this meeting, but in recent meetings as well. The only thing I want to just take a minute and mention is I was invited to participate at the Mount Jordan Middle School Shark Tank Day, and that was pretty fun. They the students had put together some business plans, and it was really great to see how very creative and very thorough some of those plans were. And it made me excited about the future of what our students can accomplish. That's all.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen.
There's a lot of things I could say, but the first one is that I am pleased that our board works so well together to discuss and do the things, make the hard decisions to provide for the needs of our students in our schools. We're always looking, that's our number one concern, is how does this decision affect our students? How does it affect our parents? And I'm proud of the decisions that we made today. I'm excited for the Jordan feeder community. And I thank the parents and the students that came to support us today and to address us. We're kind of scary when we're all sitting here in a row. And I'm just really pleased that they take the interest in their own schools and in the benefits that we can help provide. I appreciate the conversations that we're having and the refinement that we're going to be getting for our teacher planning. That is such a critical need that I'm hoping that we can get it settled and moving as soon as possible, because our elementary teachers need support. They need time to plan for their students, and the students will be a direct beneficiary of a more organized, planned, relaxed, balanced teacher. Their families at home will be really happy too. So I'm just happy to be able to be part of this board. They're just awesome people to work with, and I appreciate my community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am not going to say anything other than this is just a housekeeping item. So next week, board members, we have Canyoneering Night, and it's January 18th at 6. And I'm just wondering which board members can you just raise your hand and tell me if you're going to be there, because some of us are going to be out of town. You'll be there? 1, 2, and who? Will either of you guys? Okay, okay, perfect. So you 3 will be there. So Amanda and I, Amanda, are you going to be there? I don't think she is. Yeah.
I'm
okay.
not sure yet.
Okay. We have a civics PowerPoint that Amanda got, and we have already adjusted it to make it CSD. And so we will be sending that to you guys, and you guys can work on it. Anyway, that's one of the breakouts. Yes, that's the board breakout, is Civics 101. And we already have the PowerPoint, and you guys can handle it. You can just figure out how to split it up. So we'll send it to the full board. That's great. Okay. I will now call this meeting to a close, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, administration. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Please drive safe. I do have a gavel. Don't tell me. I'll bring it. I'll bring it. I like it.
Almost be fun. I know.
Mont knows. I had it in my USBA meeting.